Do 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 do. That one's fun to do. Okay, well, let's just end this thing. Oh, greetings there, travelers. Welcome. Welcome again to another peculiar and strange and very, very awkward Bible study that we'll be doing here. Just want to lay out. I don't even know if I'm doing these things right. But I'd like to think with just the act of even practicing trying to share the words, or even practicing reading the Word of God aloud, or practicing reading these commentaries, I'd like to think hopefully we learn something from it. Even if I potentially don't memorize a lot of it, and potentially, I'm going to be honest, a lot of times I read these commentaries and most of it actually just goes in one ear and out the other, it seems like. But I guess that's also another thing about, practicing, and maybe why David kind of goes into talking how he meditated on the Word of God, not only just in the day, but also in the night, right? And I guess just on the act of practicing, I think all practice does is it gives us, within the repetition, that it lets us be a little bit more courageous in the face of uncertainties, right? Like the more we do something over and over and over again, we kind of maybe figure out the variables and stuff like that. And it kind of, I think when we kind of look into uncertainties, at times that can actually give not only me many times, but if I looked a little bit deeper into it, actually gives a lot of people anxiety. It gives me a lot of anxiety, right? So I guess that's what we're doing. We're just going to practice reading the Word of God, and then we're going to get into bike riding, and then if we're not too tired, we're going to do a drawing stream. And so, yeah. So today, I was kind of just gleaning through the scriptures, which is kind of funny when we think about the word gleaning. I don't know, I feel like I heard many believers use the word gleaning, right? And from what I remember, I might be wrong on this, but what I remember about the whole gleaning thing is that there would be a little crop of field. Imagine if this little square right here, there's little wheats, just this little patch right here. But what if it was just all like little plants, edible plants, right? And I guess when the harvesters would come and chop the plants, some of them would fall down, and instead of gathering it up, I guess they would allow some of that stuff to fall down for the travelers and strangers and maybe the downtrodden to come by and pick it up and glean for it. And so, I mean, I've heard some people say they're gleaning the scriptures, so maybe that's what we're doing too. But there was this scripture that I was thinking about when I was looking into it again, because I was thinking on patience, and this one kind of stood out to me. And it's kind of funny because I'm pretty sure we did a Bible study on this one a couple weeks ago or something like that. But I think we went into something completely different compared to actually just this word right here. I forgot which we went into. I think we went into maybe rejoicing or something. Or no, we looked into this, but we went into thanksgiving, right? And giving thanks. This is actually the verse that we did a couple weeks ago, or maybe last week or something like that. But this one kind of stands out to me now when I read it again. It says, and we urge you, brothers, admonish the idle, encourage the faint-hearted, help the weak, be patient with them all. And for some reason, this word right here has been just popping out at me in a lot of places. And let's see if we can find the other places I'd like to say we've somewhat kind of memorized, which I've brought up so many times, which people are probably almost even tired of me bringing it up. But honestly, I think it's very, very important, thinking on John 13:35 on... by this all men shall know that we are his disciples by our love for one another, right? But these verses, it kind of goes into making me think of the importance of having patience, because that's the very first thing, which it says love is patient, kind, love does not envy or boast, it is not arrogant. So I think for some reason when I see something that's the very first thing, it does kind of, for some reason it's just been standing out to me a lot more. And then not only that, but if we go into the fruits of the Spirit, which we'll go into Galatians 5, which I finally actually memorized where this is. It's actually hilarious that throughout the course of these streams, we're actually like learning to memorize where some of these scriptures are. Because I think many times it's either I remember the scriptures, I remember a couple words of the scriptures, I either don't even remember any of the words of the scriptures and I just remember the numbers of the scriptures. And it's kind of cool once everything just starts to kind of blossom together, where you kind of remember the numbers, you remember where it's at, and you also try to memorize the verse as well. So we're going into Galatians, and we can find Galatians, and it's Galatians 5, I'm pretty sure it's Galatians 5, 22 through 23. Yeah, it's these ones right here, right? The fruits of the Spirit. I could have just wrote it down on the chat thing, but it's kind of fun just kind of looking through the scripture, see if we can find it. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience. That word again. We've read that thing 3 times, and I know there's actually many other places that bring up the word patience. Kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. Against such things there is no law. Now, I know there's actually many other places in the scriptures that actually have the word patience, but I'm going to be honest, I don't remember. I don't know where they are. I guess you guys can just Google it if you want. There is many other places that have that word. For some reason, these are the only ones that are popping out at me at the moment, which I think these are probably the ones that are the most prominent ones. So now what we're going to do is we're just going to read a commentary on patience. So let's look it up. I'm pretty sure, I'm going to be honest, I think I've actually read one on Got Questions on patience. So let's see if we can find one. Let's look up Patience Bible Commentary. We're going to type that in. Patience Bible Commentary. Now, I'm going to be honest, the other thing I think about patience is sometimes it feels like learning flatland BMX, or I guess just learning anything, honestly. It's just a trial of just patience, and just patience on if you're just going to give up or are you just going to keep going. Because, man, so I don't know if you guys noticed, but some of these tricks have been taking me, like, I don't know if, is this how long it takes some people to ride to learn some of these flatland tricks? Because I feel like some of these flatland tricks are just taking me an absurd amount of time. And that's actually the one thing which a lot of the how-tos don't mention. They don't mention, they're like, oh, well, this trick's going to take you 4 or 5 months to learn. And you're like, what in the world? Like, I mean, I guess maybe that's why they don't say that, because then people would be like, what in the world? That's just absurdity right there. Like, something like, some crazy thing like that. Maybe not 4 or 5 months, maybe a couple months, right? Maybe it's not that long, but, man, it kind of feels like some of these tricks have been taking that long to learn anyway. But and some of these tricks, it's almost like you have to learn one trick before you can learn the other trick. So in some case, if you want to learn the entire string combo of a trick, sometimes I actually think it will take like 5 months to learn all that stuff, which is really gnarly to think about, right? And it actually can be kind of overwhelming, just to even think about it that way. But also, it's kind of fun. It kind of feels like this really long RPG game where we're just like leveling up, and just sometimes it actually just feels like you're not even leveling up. But I guess that's kind of how a lot of things are like, right? Okay, so we did find one on Got Questions on patience. Look at that, we found one. Now these ones, this commentary I know is going to be way easier to read than the commentary we read last time. What does the Bible say about patience? And you know what's so crazy for me? It's so weird here. It's like, do I just have a bad memory? I feel like I'm pretty darn sure that I have actually read this exact commentary, and it's weird that I don't even remember what this commentary goes into. I'm like, oh my god, dude, it's like my memory that bad? Like, I guess I'm going to be flat. I will confess, I will be completely honest. I don't even remember what this commentary goes into. I'm going to say it probably goes into the fruits of the Spirit or something like that. But, yeah, and that's, it just really makes me wonder, how much do we actually retain of what we read and stuff like this, right? Or even just like if we were to listen to a sermon, right? It's like, how much do we even remember? I mean, I'm going to be honest. I feel like I might even, if someone were to ask me, hey, do you remember what the last sermon was about? at the church you're going to? It's like, just can you give me a synopsis or something? I feel like I remember a couple verses they brought up or something like that, right? I honestly think it might be because of just the technology that we have right now. I mean, because, if we go on Instagram or just anything on the internet right now, we're almost just flooded with just this mass amount of information. It's just like, sometimes I wonder if that's actually affecting my memorization skills. It's almost like information overload, where I can remember like little bits and pieces of everything, but I don't really know, or it's just or I just think that. But yeah, I don't know, but I guess I'm gonna just keep practicing. So let's read this. When everything is going our way, patience is easy to demonstrate. The true test of patience comes when our rights are violated. When another car cuts us off in traffic, when we are treated unfairly, when our coworker derides our faith. Again, some people think that they have the right to get upset in the face of irritations and trials. Impatience seems like a holy anger. The Bible, however, praises patience as a fruit of the Spirit. Galatians 5:22, which we are called to bear a lot of the fruits of the Spirit. And even there's that weird verse that we went into. And so isn't it strange that I can it's strange that I don't even remember what this commentary even, see, this is the other weird thing about God's word, right? I don't even remember what this commentary even went into. But for some odd reason, when I read parts of these, I remember other verses, right? And I guess it's because, I think it's because we just meditate on the Word of God, and not only do we meditate ourselves on the Word of God, but we also hear other believers bring up some same scriptures and stuff like that, right? Because the scripture what I just read right there, it's kind of, even though this guy is not going into it, or whoever wrote this is not going into it, it's also just automatically just making me think that we are to bear lots of the fruits. Like, even there's this scripture that says the Father prunes us so that we bear more fruit. And I guess we're supposed to be bearing a lot of patience. I guess we're supposed to be bearing a lot of patience. Now, I guess I don't know if this commentary is actually going to go. I guess I forget if maybe this commentary does go into it. But I guess another thing that sometimes can be a very, very challenging thing is, how do we be patient with people that are not patient? That, I think, is actually because sometimes it does kind of feel like people sometimes, unintentionally kind of push your buttons, maybe because they feel impatient or something, and so they kind of want other people to feel impatient around them. It's kind of almost like this strange aura that that they can give off in some cases, unintentionally though, maybe. Anyway, let's keep going. Galatians 5:22, which should be produced by all followers of Christ. 1 Thessalonians 5:14. Patience reveals our faith in God's timing, omnipotence, and love. Although most people consider patience to be a passive waiting or gentle tolerance, most of the Greek words translated patience in the New Testament are active, robust words. Consider, for example, Hebrews 12:1. Therefore, since we are surrounded with so great a cloud of witnesses, let us lay aside every weight and the sin which so easily besets us, and let us run with patience the race that is set before us. It's actually weird. Now, we're going to have to do a Bible study on this one, because this part is always weird, right? It says, therefore, since we are surrounded with so great a cloud of witnesses. What does that mean right there? I mean, I'm kind of thinking maybe it's because when we step into the light, when people say we should be shining our light for the glory of God or something like that, right? And maybe it kind of reminds me of being a city set on a hill that cannot be hidden or something like that. So maybe there are going to be witnesses. And when I'm thinking about witnesses, it's strange. Does that mean it's just other believers seeing us, or is it just everybody that's seeing us? I really don't. I mean, I guess that even goes into this one right here, John 13, the one that I always thought. For some reason, this verse has been just coming in my mind just so many times, right? By this, all men shall know that ye are my disciples, but if you have love for one another, right? So I guess these fruits should be apparent towards even unbelievers. That is the craziest thing, right? I mean, I guess that's not the craziest thing, but it is something that is weird about when I think a little bit deeper on the faith. that our fruit should actually be made manifest not only towards other believers, but even it should also be affecting other people that don't even believe, right? And I guess that even kind of goes along the lines of maybe even just you shall know them by their fruits, right? And it's weird because I'm wondering, like, is there a time where we cannot really tell of fruits of a person, right? And that's kind of another strange thing. Like, when can we tell that someone is not bearing the fruits? Or what happens if they do mess up a couple times, right? Or something like that, right? But anyway, let's keep going. That's kind of totally off topic, but that verse is weird right there, right? Okay, right here. Does one run a race by passively waiting or slow pokes or gently tolerating cheaters? Certainly not. The word translated patience in this verse means endurance. A Christian runs the race patiently by persevering through difficulties. In the Bible, patience is persevering towards a goal, enduring trials, or expectantly waiting for a promise to be fulfilled. Patience does not develop overnight. God's power and goodness are crucial to the development of patience. Colossians 1:11. Oh, dude, that's so funny. We literally did a Bible study on that one right there. Tells us that we are strengthened by him to great endurance and patience. With James 1:3-4, encourage us to know that trials are his way of perfecting our patience. That's weird. The trials are his way of perfecting our patience. I don't remember that. That's weird. That's strange. I'm wondering, like, does God, like, put us through these weird... I mean, maybe it's not even just God, right? It's strange to think that our trials that we may be going through might even be... that is weird to think about, right? The trials that we may be even going through that we actually do not like, maybe they're there to strengthen us up, right? And to give us patience for maybe something later down the road. Our patience is further developed and strengthened by resting in God's perfect will and timing. Now, we're going to have to do a Bible study on God's timing. I think that's one that's... I think the God's timing can be a very interesting and almost kind of a very important topic to think about, right? Thinking about God's timing. Because sometimes, especially in our society right now, it seems like many times we want things very instantaneously, right? Thinking about God's timing, it's in the whole scheme of things, it's actually very odd to think. Let's keep going, though. Even in the face of evil men who succeed in their ways, when they carry out their wicked schemes, Psalms 37:7, our patience is rewarded in the end because the Lord's coming is near, James 5:7-8. The Lord is good to those who hope is in him, to those who seeks him, Lamentations 3:25. We see in the Bible many examples of those whose patience characterized their walk with God. James points us to the prophets as an example of patience in the face of suffering. James 5:10. He also refers to Job, whose perseverance was rewarded by what the Lord finally brought about. James 5:11. Abraham, too, waited patiently and received what was promised. Hebrews 6:15. Jesus is our model in all things, and he demonstrated patient endurance. For the joy set before him endured the cross, scorning its shame, and sat down at the right hand of the throne of God. Hebrews 12:2. How do we display the patience that is characteristic of Christ? First, we thank God. A person's first reaction is usually, why me? But the Bible says to rejoice in God's will, Philippians 4:4 and 1 Peter 1:6. Second, we seek his purposes. Sometimes God put us in difficult situations so that we can be a witness. Other times, we might allow a trial for sanctification of character. Remembering that sanctification of character, that's weird. Huh. That's a strange one. There's a strange thing to read about. I mean, I guess, is that something that we can maybe, I guess that might even be something to see a person's fruits, right? If you are put in a position where you might have to really be patient when you don't want to and stuff like this, right?
remembering that his purpose is for our growth and his glory will help us in the trial. Third, we remember his promises such as Romans 8:28, which tells us that all things work for the good for those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. The all things include the things that try our patience. Now, I will say what trips me out about Romans 8:28 is because I do have friends of many different denominations, and honestly, that's actually one thing I actually like to ask believers of many different denominations of what they think about Romans 8:28, right? I have yet to honestly really hear a denomination say that they don't really think about Romans 8:28. That's kind of the weird thing when I think about it. Let's keep going. The next time you are in a traffic jam, betrayed by a friend, or mocked for your testimony, how will you respond? The natural response is impatience, which leads to stress, anger, and frustration. Praise God that as Christians we are no longer in bondage to the natural response because we are new creations in Christ himself. Now, I honestly wish they would have went in more with that, right? The natural response is impatience, which leads to stress, anger, and frustration, right? I think if I were to ask most people, do you guys not want to be stressed, angered, and frustrated, right? I think most people, unless you're like a masochist or however you say that likes pain or something like that, I think most people would not like to be stressed, angered, and frustrated, right? Now, actually, it's kind of weird thinking about that because I guess I kind of totally didn't even bring that up. But yeah, I guess lack of patience, I guess, can lead to anger and frustration. I wish they would have went into that more. Oh well. 2 Corinthians 5:17. Instead, we have the Lord's strength to respond with patience and complete trust in the Father's power and purpose. To those by persistence in doing good seek glory, honor, and immortality, he will give eternal life. Romans 2:7. Look at that. That was a very fast commentary. Holy moly, the other commentary took a straight hour to read, huh? Now let's see here. I actually think there is actually... It's so weird that they didn't bring up the verse. I'm pretty sure there's a verse... Isn't there a verse that says slow to anger? He who is... Let's see if we can find it in here. I'm pretty sure there's a proverb in here that says, he who is slow to anger is better than the mighty. I just want to see if I can find it, because I know I have it underlined in here. Maybe I'm going to have to look it up. I'm going to see if I can just find it right off the... Let's see how long it would take for me if I were just to not have any technology whatsoever. I'm just like, you know what? I think there's a verse in there. And we're going to just try and find it in here. Wait a minute. I guess I totally got that one wrong. There's this one. It's kind of funny. That I actually feel like this is actually something that... This is a whole nother verse that is totally different. Well, I guess not totally different, but... Good sense makes one slow to anger, and it is his glory to overlook an offense. Bro, that verse right there, I feel like is so... Man, I'm going to be honest. I feel like a lot of people would not be in prison right as I speak if they had that verse running through their mind when they potentially did that harmful thing to somebody else. Yeah. But I do remember we actually did do a Bible study on this one, and having that good sense, right? Having that, it's almost like having the awareness, right? And I feel like that's the big thing about God's word is once we get deeper into it, we start being a little bit more aware of these very subtle things that kind of try our emotions, right? And I think the more aware you are about your emotional control, it actually gives you armor. Like you start getting more armored, and you actually start gaining more endurance, right? Because if you're less taxed out by negative emotions, you're probably able to do something for a longer period of time. Whereas like if these negative emotions start affecting the mind, it's going to start probably chipping away at a person. And it chipped away at me many times. And that's, I guess, why the word of God trips me out a lot of times. Now, I'm pretty sure there was another verse in here. I'm pretty sure that was actually not the one. Oh, yeah, it was this one. We found it. We actually found the verse. Look at that. We actually found the verse. Whoever is slow to anger is better than the mighty, and he who rules his spirit than he who takes the city. Interesting, right? Anyway, I guess that'll be a quick Bible study today on patience. I think that's about all I can think of at the moment, unless I can find another one. Yeah. So let's try and be patient with people, and try and be patient in all our ways, I guess, right? All right, let's do a card draw, and we will do a card draw, and then we're going to ride a bike. Let's do this. Let's do a card draw, and let's see what artwork we find today. Man, this Bible study was way easier compared to the one the other day. The Got Questions commentaries are much easier to read. I will say that. They are much, much easier to read. Should we do this set or should we do the other set? No, we'll do this set. Aware. I'm going to look that definition up right now. Let's look up the biblical definition of aware, because I think that's a very important one. Especially if good sense makes us aware. Or no, not aware, sense. Let's look up that word right now, because I want to look it up. Sense, Bible, definition. I'm going to read the AV 1611 definition of sense. I guess we could find some other ones as well. Sense. From sentio, to feel or perceive. The faculty of the soul by which it perceives external objects by means of impressions made on certain organs of the body. What in the world is that? Did they do a typo right there? Sense is a branch of perception. The five senses of animals are sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste. Sensation, perception by the senses, perception by the intellect, apprehension and discernment. Sensibility, quickness or acuteness of perception, understanding, soundness of faculty, strength of natural reason. Oppressed nature sleeps. This rest might have balmed thy broken senses. Reason, reasonable, or rational meaning. He raves, his words are loose, as heaps of sand scattered wide from sense. Opinion, judgment, I speak my private but impartial sense with freedom. Consciousness, conviction. I like that word. Conviction's an interesting one. I feel like, I'm going to be honest, I feel like I've never really looked up. When I think about conviction, I think about being like bold. Like bold in your you're just sending it, man. That's just what conviction kind of reminds me of. A due sense of weakness or sinfulness, moral perception. Some are so hardened in wickedness as to have no sense of most friendly offices. Bambina di Dulce. Welcome there, traveler. Are you going to go pick up your computer? Oh, okay. So, that is a very important word right there, sense. And the reason why we look, I don't know if you listened to did you listen to the Bible study? I don't know if you did. But there's this one verse, I guess I'll show it, I'll share it again, if I can find it. Oh, it's this one actually. I wonder what the KJV says on this verse. Let's see what the KJV says. You came in near the end. Proverbs 19:11. I'm going to write this one in here. Proverbs 19:11. Boom. The discretion of a man deferreth his anger, and it is his glory to pass over a transgression. What in the world? That one, I guess, sounds way different than the ESV version. I wonder, how do I put the ESV version in? I wonder if I put, how do I change it to from the KJV? Because I know this is on the KJV. I'm pretty sure there's a way I could do it. Let's see if I could do like this. Proverbs 19:11 ESV. Oh, okay. Okay, so I just have to type ESV and it'll show it. Okay, that's really awesome. I just figured out something new. Good sense makes one slow to anger, and it is his glory to overlook an offense, right? So we are called to have good sense. Good sense, right? Good sense makes one slow to anger. Which that is a very, very good one, right? Can we have the perception, the awareness, it's weird because the KJV AV 1611 commentary, definition goes into like the 5 senses, right? Kind of interesting. Anyway, we're gonna do a card draw. Where's my cards at? Oh yeah, there we go. We're gonna do a card draw, and let's look at some artwork, and then we're gonna ride our bike. Today's Bible study. Actually, I wish most Bible studies just took this amount of time. Because lately, these Bible studies have been taking way longer. They've been taking like straight up like an hour and a half lately. Today's Bible study was very, very easy. I guess not totally easy, but easier than other days. And it was on patience. What do you think about patience, Pambina? Patience is a very good one. Because it actually helps us to not be overcome by other negative emotions, right? If we can be patient, right? Sometimes the other negative emotions that affect us, we can have the armor to not let it affect our mind, chip away at us, right? All right, let's see what we draw today. What are the cards? What artwork are we going to see? First card of the day, Blink Moth Well. That card looks cool. Number 2, Angelic Armaments. It is actually kind of weird seeing this card right here, because I know I have drawn it in the past, but I kind of it's so weird how certain memories of certain Bible studies kind of come to mind. Now that I think about this card right here, it is strange because we did do a Bible study many, many moons ago. It was probably maybe a year and a half ago. And we did the Bible study on how do prayers get answered, right? There's a lot of different hypotheses that theologians and pastors and believers bring up. But what really surprised me on one of the commentaries on that I remember from how prayers get answered is they actually brought up the story of Daniel. You know, Daniel, and most people think about Daniel in the lion's den, right? But it's actually interesting because in the story of Daniel, he was known to be a man of prayer. And I think he used to do like 3 to 5 prayers every single day throughout the day or something like that, right? And what was strange about what this commentary was bringing up, and it's backed by scripture as well, is that the archangel Michael and Gabriel actually came down and answered Daniel's prayer, right? And it makes me wonder, man. And so because of the story of Daniel, some believers think that at times maybe angels could answer our prayers, right? Which is really weird to think about, right? It's actually very, very, very strange. And then that also makes me think about the peculiarness of Hebrews 13. Let's go. Hebrews 13:2. Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares, right? It's actually strange to think about. I mean, it's so crazy. It's so crazy to think that you potentially have maybe even met an angel somewhere, right? Now, I know this card is kind of weird, but it's like sometimes I wonder how crazy would it be if like you maybe potentially prayed for something and like you got like something as a gift from like an angel or something like that. But that's just my own kind of thought process. I think that'd be crazy, right? Anyway, number 3, New Benalia. New Benalia. What's funny is I think that this artist potentially got inspired by this movie. It's kind of strange that I have this movie out here, but I actually do have this movie out here. It's called Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within. I don't own many movies. I'm going to be flat out honest to everybody. This is actually, I only have like maybe 4 movies. This is one of the movies that I own, and a lot of people do not like this movie. It got really bad ratings in the movie theaters. I honestly thought I saw this movie in the movie theater when I was a little kid, and I thought it was crazy. I was tripped out as a little kid. I was like, what in the world? Like, dude, this movie tripped me out as a kid. Like, I feel like I had dreams about this movie as a kid, because it was just such a weird one, man. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It is actually interesting. Maybe there's actually something in the movie that actually, because you know how I always bring about memorizing things. You know what's so funny is there's something in this very movie. I'm not going to give it out, but there's something about memorization and like technology. Something happens with like, I don't know. I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but if you guys watch it, there is something it's about memorization, and it's about what happens with technology and what happens with technology and humanity and stuff like this. It's kind of interesting, but there's this part why it's making remind me of it, because it reminds me of like I think there's this city in that movie called New York, where it's like this safe haven little area, and I feel like that they almost got like inspiration from that movie. Okay, we got 2 holographic lands. Got number 4. Now it's on. The other thing is I never really like got into playing Final Fantasy games. My friends were into playing Final Fantasy. The one that I wanted to play and I watched my friend play, but unfortunately I didn't play, is the one with Titus, and he has the water sword, right? I always thought that one looked cool because they were at the beach and stuff like that. Maybe we're gonna have to look up like that soundtrack. I've never played it though. Is it I think that might be what, Final Fantasy 12? Final Fantasy, or maybe it's 8. Is it 12 or is it 8? Or maybe is it 14? Maybe is it 10? Final Fantasy 10? Oh yeah, it's Final Fantasy 10, this one. Do you guys remember seeing that? Dude. I always wanted to play this game, and I never had a freaking PlayStation. I basically just had like computer and stuff. But that one looked so cool to play, huh? They're like at the beach, and I just remember my friend would play it and stuff like that. Man, that place looks crazy, dude. I wish this was at the beach, man. Oh, we're in the desert. We're in desert setting. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got a sheep. This is the first time we've drawn this card, everybody. Look at this. We drew a sheep. Look at that. Sheep looks kind of weird, though, I'm going to be honest. Kev Walker painted this little sheep. It's so funny. Sheep. Sheep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, man, we've been drawing this card a lot too. Renewed Faith. I like that one. That's cool. I know, the face does kind of look like... Man, that is kind of weird to think about, huh? Yeah, the face looks kind of odd. It looks kind of like masculine. Renewed Faith. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Next card. Next. Ooh, wow. Interesting. Speaking of lions, we actually drew a lion. We drew Kron, the Dawnclad. Now look at that thing. That thing looks gnarly. Now, this goes into... I have friends that are Catholics, right? I have actually been to Mass a lot of times as well. I used to go to St. Bartholomew in Long Beach, California. Now, I don't know what denomination I am, right? I feel like I have friends of so many different denominations. I feel like I don't know what denomination I am. But I did look up something because I saw something on a building. Like, I saw, like, have you guys ever seen a lion figure with wings and then there's, like, a cross? I don't know if you guys have seen anything like that, but I was like, what? I was, like, riding my bike, right? I see this, and I think it was in Venice Beach, right? And I'm like, why... What is that creature? I do not... There is no place in the script... I feel like there's no place in the scriptures that talk about a lion with wings. A straight-up flying lion, right? But I think there's some... And I looked it up, and I think it means Peter or Mark or something like that. Let me look it up. Lion with wings, Bible meaning. I think it's something in Catholicism, though. Let's see here. Lion with wings. Is it Peter? Let me put Peter. Let's see here. Oh no, it means Saint Mark. Okay, that's what it is. I think that's what it is. Okay, yeah. So it's this right here. The winged lion symbol is associated with St. Mark because, according to ancient legend, while taking refuge from the storm in the city of Venice, Mark was visited in a dream by an angel in the form of a winged lion. I do not remember that. What the... Oh, wait a minute. There is kind of an angel with wings. It's the four living creatures. I forgot about that. There actually is kind of like an angel... There's actually an angel if we go into Ezekiel 1. Where's Ezekiel? It's Ezekiel, and I guess you can find it. I'm not making it up. You can look it up as well. It mentioned the four living creatures. There's like, they have one head of an ox, the other of a lion, the other of a man, the other of an eagle, I'm pretty sure. And they have wings and stuff like that, and eyeballs all around. So... But yeah, this isn't, I'm pretty sure this is Catholicism lore, so take it with a grain of salt or something like that, right? There's a Wikipedia of this too. See, look at this. Isn't that strange? The Lion of St. Mark, representing Mark the Evangelist. Now, is that the same Mark in the Bible? I'm pretty sure it is, right? Let me click on that. What does that mean? Okay, yeah, the author of the Gospel of Mark. That's so weird, right? Like, I've never heard anybody say that until I looked it up. And even on this, it's so weird. Even on the Wikipedia at the end of it, look, it goes into Mark the Evangelist. Mark is the person who traditionally ascribed the author of the Gospel of Mark, right? But then right at the end, look at it, right at the end, it says April 25th, and his symbol is a winged lion. Isn't that weird, right? That is very, very strange. But yeah, I saw that, and I was like, what in the world? Like, but I actually, like, saw it on it and stuff. It was weird. Let's look at the symbolism. What does this mean? Huh. Let's read this. I'm actually curious. Dude, I just saw Ezekiel. Bro! Oh my goodness, I think we found something out. Symbolism. The representation as a lion derived from Mark's description of John the Baptist as the voice of the one who cries in the wilderness. Prepare ye the way of the Lord, make straight his paths, which artist compared to a roaring lion. The wings come from Ezekiel 1:10 and the application of the prophet's vision of four-winged creatures to the evangelists. These appear again in Revelations 4:7. Very strange. Now, I'm not saying that this is Mark, by the way, but it is kind of weird because this little hourglass thing that is actually mentioned on the Black Horseman. And he holds a Kron, the Dawnclad. That's just weird lore. Take all that with a grain of salt, by the way, because that's like that's some weird lore, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Number 7. Oh, this one's cool. Shielded by faith. That's cool right there. I can't wrap my head. I know, it's kind of odd. I thought it was really odd too, right? I guess that's just some weird lore, right? There's some strange lore up in there. Now we're actually going to do a card draw on the Instagram today. I haven't been doing them lately. I need to start getting back into doing them. So, we're going to open up our Instagram right here. We're going to do a card draw like this, just like so. Oh, greetings there, travelers. Welcome to the card draw of the day. I haven't really been doing these things lately. I need to get back into doing them, huh? Today we drew Blink Mothwell, Angelic Armaments, New Benalia, a sheep, Renewed Faith, Kron the Dawnclad, which that's always fun to pronounce, Shielded by Faith, and what will the last card be for today? The last card of the day is a plains. Man, look at how lush this plains is. Imagine just being in there. It kind of, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the game Fable. I haven't played any of the older Fables. I mean, the newer Fables, but the first Fable. It kind of reminds me of the first Fable. Now, the funny card is we got this card painted by Kev Walker. One actually ordered. We got a sheep. Another cool one is Renewed Faith. I like that one. And then we also got, oh darn, I gotta read, oh well. I made it too long. I wasn't paying attention to how long it was. Let's see if I can cut it. Oh well, we'll just put it up there. Oops. Oh yeah, this is the last card of the day. What if I was streaming right there? Alright everybody. Dude, that would be so cool. Like, imagine if there's like a little flat area right there. Instead of this garage. That'd be awesome. That was the hand for today, everybody. I hope you guys learned something today. I know these card draws are weird, by the way, but that's the other weird thing about these card draws. I like to. It's not like I'm even playing the game. It does kind of seem like I'm playing a game, honestly. That's the thing but I'm not playing this game as the intended way you play the game. But I am kind of playing this game. How I'm trying to play it is I'm trying to play it of like, okay, so I'm drawing these cards out, right? And I go, my whole goal is, can it make me think of a Bible verse? What Bible verse is it making me think of? Is there anything? And it's kind of like a memorization game where it's almost like, it's like, what can you remember about, some of these scriptures? And the other weird thing is some of these cards have actually helped me memorize scripture. Which that's actually goes into, I have heard some believers say that how they memorized scriptures is they would do it like on cards or something like that. So, I don't know. Maybe you guys could try it. And maybe might help you memorize some scriptures. Now, let's see if this thing posted. For some reason, these things take so long to upload. Why does it take so long to upload? I think that's why I stopped doing this. Well, let's see here. Let us see. To refer back to the Bible study, a few days ago I was reading about being slow to anger, James 1:19. After I heard someone online talking about it, I was frustrated at at how becoming slow to anger would work. The Proverbs verse above answers it like perfectly. Wherefore, my beloved brethren, let every man be swift to hear, slow to speak, and slow to wrath. Yeah, that the slow to anger is actually a very, very gnarly one. Yeah, and having the sense, and honestly, like, I don't know if you remember, I actually did bring this up. For me personally, what the Word of God, I guess not even, I honestly think this isn't just for me. I think that if I were to ask this to most believers, I think they would agree. But it's like when we get the Word of God in us, in our hearts, right, in our mind frame, right, not just when we really, really let it, nourish us, right. It seems like the Lord God makes us more aware of the perceptions of even subtle little things that might trigger us, even subtle things that might test us into, these negative emotions that I always go into, right, of envy, jealousy, coveting, anger, wrath, frustration, anxieties, worries, sadness, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of other negative emotions, right? And there's so many verses that kind of cover these topics, right? And the more we I feel like the more we start memorizing scriptures and stuff like this, the more we actually have the scriptures in our minds. When these situations happen to us, we are a lot more armored to potentially not have that affect us, right? Or have that chip away at us, and chip away at the psyche, because that can really affect people. It can affect people on just just even how you go about your day, And that's what I've been learning. Yeah, I feel that way sometimes. And I think it's because the other thing is I don't want to also I know there's a lot of like therapy and psychologists and stuff like this that have their own ways to heal these negative emotions, which I'm not saying it doesn't heal them. All I'm saying is, for me personally, I already have a trouble memorizing things. And the thing is that even though we do have the technology right now, when we do get upset, we can just like look up verses or look it up right on the spot. Many times, that's not the case, right? Especially like if you're driving. Imagine if you're driving, right? Like it's kind of funny because the commentary today actually went into that on patience. So like when you're driving and you see some people and you like turn around and they're just like giving you the finger and they're just like super mad and they're just like yelling at people, many times you can't just grab your phone and be like, oh, let's look up some verses on anger, right? Sometimes we have to be quick to have these verses in our mind, because sometimes these negative emotions happen to us very rapidly, right? And that's I think that's where memorizing scriptures can get very, very important, because sometimes I feel like the enemy, the devil, sometimes wants to test our negative emotions or something, or sometimes he kind of like prods us or something like that. And so that's what I think anyway. But I'm still waiting for this to upload. This thing is still not uploading. Now we're gonna ride our bike, and these things actually generally take an hour. It's kind of interesting. Actually, I feel like this also kind of is a good helping thing to just kind of practice kind of like improvisation. Even though I know I've seen all of the art for all of these cards, right? But the thing that is very interesting is that every single hand that I'm pretty sure I can't be 100% positive, but I will say I am pretty sure that I have not drawn the same hand in all of these streams that we've done this, which is insane to think about, right? And I think because of this, it's almost like this kind of like random number generator, but also it's kind of because of like we're trying to like think about verses. It kind of like is like this game of improvisation of like, okay, so when we draw this stuff, what verse can you just improv right on the spot? And I think it kind of helps you kind of do that a little bit. Okay, let's see here. Now we're going to do a Twitter post thing. I think I'm going to start doing this too. We're going to start doing like this like Twitter post thing. Anybody watching, hopefully you guys start doing it because it's pretty easy to do. What we're going to be doing right now is... Oh wait, we didn't even draw the last one. So we're going to make a new post right now. Let's see if I can lift this up and show it a little bit better. We're going to make a new post right now. Let's open this up. Let's put this in here. Where is it? Did I not save it? Where is it? Huh. Oh, that's kind of strange. Did I delete it? Where is it? I thought I posted it. Oh, I must have deleted it on accident. Oops. Oh, here it is. Huh. There we go. Is that not? Oh, that's so strange. I must have deleted it. I took a photo of the old drawing that we did, but I guess I must have deleted it. Oh, well, we'll just post another one. Let me see if it's in the deleted thing. Oh, here it is. Okay, here it is. Recover photo. Okay, there we go. That's what we had to do. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go in here. We're going to put this drawing that we did, this one right here that we did on last stream. Just like that. We're going to put in drawing from last stream. Inspired by Isaiah 40:31 and the armor of God. Just like that. I'm going to put a period right there, and we're going to put I'm live right now. If anyone wants to ask questions or share verses. Just like that. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go to this stream and we're going to copy the link. So let's open up a new thing right here. Let's go to this link right here of this exact stream that you guys are watching, or anybody that's watching this. We're going to copy this link just like this. Right here, copy the link to this very Twitch. We're going back over here. And welcome, Mariah. How are you doing? This might actually help you, Mariah, as well. Maybe do you stream? I don't even know if you guys... I know, Mariah, I know you stream. So the thing is, have I shown... I think I'm pretty sure I've shown you this, right, Mariah? I learned this... I kind of picked this up from another believer. And he would always... Now, he does it a bit differently. He actually does this right before he streams. Or no, he does it like right in the beginning of his stream. He's like, okay, I'm going to make a Twitter post. And then he just like... And then he like funnels people in, right? But yeah, so I've learned this from another believer. And I have seen many believers actually kind of doing this. So I've kind of learned from multiple people. And so then what we do is we go to our hashtags right here. And I have on my notes all of these hashtags and all of you guys should do this, honestly. Even if, believer or not, this will save you time. This has saved me probably hours and hours and hours and hours of time of just writing everything down, right? So we have all these hashtags right here. See, we have I have them for so many different things, right? We got new hashtags. These were old hashtags, man. These are hashtags from Instagram for 2024. We have ones for specifically just Bible verses right here, which this one I use a lot right here. We have one for the BMX stream. We have some little notes up in there. This is the Christian art one, which we are actually going to copy this one and use it. So all we have to do is just go like this. Do this. Drag our finger right up here. Copy. Go back to our post right here, and we inject it right there. Just like that. Now the thing is if you go down, it's going to say, see how it's red right here? It says minus 48. Unfortunately, I have to get rid of a lot of these. So I'm actually going to get rid of a lot of these hashtags. So we're getting rid of illustration. Get rid of cycling. That one's ain't gonna be in there. So we get into these ones. Let's see, did that one work? Okay, yeah, so that one worked. Just like that. And then we post it. Now the thing what I have been told is the Twitter hashtags actually work. Unfortunately, the Instagram hashtags do not work anymore. In terms of, they only work if you are if you get a lot of traction to your posts. Unfortunately, Instagram used to have this thing where you could go to very recent, but they took it off. You can't do that anymore. So unless you're like this crazy big creator person that's getting a lot of likes or something, people cannot find your posts as much. But see on this one how it's, how this one has it, you can press on this one. Hopefully, I gotta be careful that nothing like shows up on here. Okay, nothing is. But see if you go onto the hashtag, see how it has hashtag Bible. There's top, and then you go latest, right? And then look, you can find the post that we just made on every single one of these too. We're on Bible right now, but you can go on any single one of these, and that's a really cool way to do it. Now, also what I do, because you know how I put the verse in the drawing. One way you can do it, which is really fast to do, is we could go Isaiah, just find whatever verse, right? Just Isaiah 40:31. Now you don't have to do the art stuff, right? So I'll show you guys how to do the Bible verse one. So we just go, we typed Isaiah 40:31. I'm gonna do the ESV. Literally, we just do it like this. Look at how crazy technology is. We don't even have to write this out. We just go over here. We just copy this entire thing. Copy that. We'll go back to this thing. We'll make a new post, just like that. We paste that in there. Go Isaiah. Did I spell that right? Isaiah 40:31. Oops, where is it? Where's it? Oh, there it is. 40:31. Just like that. And then we go back to our hashtags, our notes, our hashtag notes that we have saved. And I have one specifically for Bible verses right there. See these ones? And so I click on these ones and I just copy and paste all of these things right here. And we just paste it right in there just like that. Boom. And you could potentially plant a seed of God's word in somebody's heart. Now, I know actually all these ones right here are actually all like Christian ones, so I guess it might be a little harder to plant a seed. I'm going to be honest now I think about it. So you can't do it on the computer, unfortunately. I mean on the phone, unfortunately. But on the computer, if you go on Twitter or X or something, there's this thing on the sidebar. It'll look like this, and there's this thing on the sidebar right here. It says trending hashtags, right? And you can look at the trending hashtags, and you can also put those trending hashtags in here. And there's been some times where I'll put a trending hashtag in, and you get like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people looking at it. It's crazy. So, yeah, you could potentially share a lot of verses, and that barely took any time, right? You could potentially share a lot of verses just by doing that. Yeah, that's how you do it. And hopefully everybody starts doing it, because I honestly think that's the easiest way if you want to proclaim the word of God in a way, in a manner that is easy, quick, fast, doesn't take that much time. How long did that take? That took like what, 2 minutes or something like that? You could do it very, very fast. You could just be cool. Now imagine if every single believer did that. Imagine if every single believer that had a phone right now did that exact same thing. And the funny thing is I learned this from other believers. There's some believers that post a verse like every single every 3 hours or something like that. You're like, holy moly. Some people have been doing this for years and years and years, and you're like, wow, man. It's really cool. Now we're gonna ride a bike. So, yeah. I guess I could put the BMX video on right now. And how are you guys doing? I hope you guys are doing well. Stream's going pretty smoothly, though. It's not too difficult. Some of these Bible studies are brutal, though. Like today's been pretty easy. So I kind of picked a more chiller topic. I kind of already knew this topic was going to be a little easier. Okay, let's put this video right here. Doing well, thanks to God. I'm glad to hear that. I hope you guys are edifying and encouraging one another up. Let us build, let us keep growing more believers up. Because you never know that the little seed could be planted and somebody might be encouraged in the faith. And there is this one verse, now that I just thought about that, there is this verse that actually another believer brought up today, or the other day, actually it was yesterday somewhere. They brought up the verse of something like, it says something like, there is more joy in heaven over one sinner that repents. No. There's more joy in the presence of the angels for one sinner that repents than 99 people that need no repentance. Do you guys know what verse that is? I don't remember what verse that is, but that goes into kind of me thinking about the Great Commission, right? There's more joy in heaven in the presence of the angels for one, and that's the thing about thinking about the Great Commission, right? Because I think, especially nowadays, like we go on YouTube and go on social media and all these people have thousands and thousands of likes and, it's all crazy right now. It can be very disheartening. And like, imagine if you go and you're like, man, I only got 1 like on this thing. Man, this isn't even working, right? The thing is we have to remember, potentially, what if God put you in front of just only that one soul, right? And I think that's a very good verse if you are disheartened, thinking that maybe you feel like your ministry or you trying to fish for souls or your part in the Great Commission is like not working or anything. I always just I try and remember that verse of being like, as long as you even hit one soul, man, maybe that one soul might come to the Lord, right? And there is more joy in the presence of the angels. Yeah, that verse right there. Likewise, I say unto you, there is joy in the presence of the angels of God over one sinner that repenteth. It's a very, very important verse, I think. Let's see. Let me make this video a little bit bigger. Actually, I need to make this on randomized. Let me put this on random. Random? Or shuffle. We're shuffling the playlist. How are your streams going, Mariah? Are you still in here? I bet I've been so busy lately that I haven't been able to watch any streams. Sometimes I do watch streams, it's just I'm kind of just like lurking many times. Man, they like messed this thing up to where I can't get it rightly positioned in here. It like either makes it too big. Okay, here we go. There we go. That's how we do it. There we go. Perfecto. Then we go to our image slideshow. Over here. Push this down. I'm going to have to make new settings because this is actually taking up a lot of time. You know what I actually really like finding is I like finding things that like make you more efficient. You know, like when you find something that saves you a lot of time and you're like, oh, it just made it so much more efficient. That's something I feel like I'm going to have to make in terms of efficiency. Is I'm going to make something where I just have to press one little button and then I could just have it either on the drawing segment or just this one. And the other thing, I don't know if you're watching this, Brian, too, but what I was also told, well, I've seen a lot of streamers say it, but they say they hide their viewer count. See, I actually do not know. Let's see how many. I'm going to have to say there's only 2 people in here, maybe only 1 person here. Oh, yeah, see, there's only 1 person in here. The thing is, I like to hide the viewer count because it can trip you out. It trips a lot of people out. Because if I had that viewer count right there, it kind of like starts making you feel a little bit more like you have to either I don't know, act a certain way or something like that. And and when you hide the viewer count, it kind of like makes it a little bit more just natural-ish. That's what some people say anyway. And it does. It actually does make it feel that way. Okay, let's see. Let's ride now. We're going to ride our bike now. My stream's been going great, partnering up with more ladies here on Twitch to go into VR, chat, and evangelize. That is awesome. Yeah, I've been seeing more and more Christians just start streaming. It's really cool. We need more people shining their lights, right? That's really awesome, though, you know. And you could do it anywhere, you know. That's the thing. I feel like many times when people think about the Great Commission, sometimes they think just about street preaching or something like that, which that is cool if you're called to do that, right? But I also think sometimes maybe where God calls us is where we're kind of the things that we're surrounded by, right? The people that we're surrounded by, like, you know. All right, so we're gonna ride a bike now. Oh, we're gonna ride a bike. Got a new wheel, or not a new wheel. It's actually an old wheel. I just put it back on. Older wheel. Now we are going to. I'm also thinking on ways on how to make this stream right here, less monotonous, right? So one way I've been thinking about making it less monotonous is trying to change maybe the viewpoint of it, right? The perspective of it. I've been thinking about making like a timer of like I switch the perspective around. The only problem with this perspective is it cuts my head off. More. But I was like thinking about it that way too. That's why I have it down there, unfortunately, because I have to. It's like hard to see because it's like this is what it looks like over here, right? And it's hard to like capture this entire space like in a certain angle unless like I have a fisheye lens, which I do have a fisheye, but it's kind of janky. This angle down here, this is actually why I always have it at this angle, because this is actually the angle that I can capture the most of the garage, right? The only problem is it gets kind of boring, I think, if every time I have it at that angle. So I've been trying to figure out ways to change up the angle, you know, just trying to make it a little bit different or something like that, right? Now we're going to put some music on, and we'll ride a bike. When are you going to do the beach streams? I wish I lived by the beach. The beach vibes are where it's at, man. You should do a fishing stream, Mariah, where you go out on the pier and you go and do a little fishing thing or something. Alright, let's check our PSI. I'm actually going up PSI. We're going to go to 90 this time now. I actually might just start going to 100 maybe, but... we're going to go to 90. I might go 97 now. A fishing stream? That'd be funny, right? I'm going to Florida next month, going to do IRL evangelism. Man, I don't know how to fish either, but my friends are all, well, not all my friends, but some of my friends are into fishing. I'm bad at fishing, but I think that would be kind of funny. Imagine like doing a Bible study on like, you're like, all right, everybody, let's go fish
And then we're going to do a Bible study on becoming fishers of men. I think that'd be kind of funny. We're going to do some one-leg squat things. Basically, the only warm-up I do. This angle's weird, huh? I'm not used to this angle. Okay, we're practicing double-footed tricks. That's kind of like the goal lately. So they kind of look boring to learn, but we're gonna do it. Let me turn this on too. Now I just gotta keep failing till I learn something. Let's see here. What should we listen to? I think this is on copyright free. It is copyright free. Copyright free stuff. Well, we learned double-footed tricks, which this guy's pretty good at double-footed tricks. And it looks so easy, but it's hard. I'm wondering like what other double-footed tricks there are. There was this one I was trying to learn too. You start like this and you just hop on. Maybe what I should do is I should make the double-footed thing. Remember, Bob? There is this thing you can make where you put a peg right here and another peg over here. And then you can make one of these like one wheel things. Where is it? I have to find this little pedal thing. Maybe I'm gonna have to make it later. There's this part I need to have. I don't know what it is.
I'm wondering what other angles we can get up in here. That'd be more interesting. So that's what I'm going to start doing. I'm going to start moving this camera around more. Maybe I could start using the fisheye more. Let me bring out the fisheye. The reason why I don't use the fisheye is it's really janky. Sounds epic. Didn't I have it in here? Oh yeah, I do have it. Oh no, it came out. Oh no. I bought this little like lens on Amazon. And like, it doesn't really work very good. Let's see if it works now. So if you're out there, I'd be careful of buying this phone lens, fisheye lens. Doesn't really work very good. Actually, I might not even be able to use it on this thing. Let's see. Looks like. I guess you could zoom in, and I guess it kind of works. I guess I did change this camera out, so if I have it like that. Huh. Weird. Holy bajongo. Holy little ground squirrel. So I'm wondering if that even works. There's supposed to be a fisheye, because I did have it out a little bit. That's an interesting view. Squirrel! Squirrel monkey! Remember to bear the fruits of the Spirit, everybody. What are the fruits of the Spirit, everybody? Let's see what this one looks like. This is what like a lot of filmers trying to get this angle. So we're going to just practice a bunch of different angles and stuff like that. Just to change it up a bit. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, temperance. Against such things there is no law. The KJV I do not have memorized. Oh, there's 3 viewers in BMX Streets. 3 viewers in BMX Streets. Oh, there is definitely a fisheye on here now. Because that's like way farther out. It's like super far out now. It's like so far out, it's like hard to like, I'm actually gonna have to zoom it in more. There's like this weird glare on this camera.
See, this lens looks sketchy, right? This lens is sketchy, everybody. It like seems cloudy. It doesn't it? Or is that just me? I feel like it is cloudy. It don't work, everybody. I'm sorry. I mean, I guess we can maybe keep messing around with it, but it's just so much clearer without it. Right? Like, see, I want to try different angles, but it's like weird. It's hard to. It's hard to like film it. Yeah, it looks way better like that. This is kind of more like normal angle. Like we were going to draw like a character. Alright, I think today I might just even almost make this day a double foot day. See people doing it. They make it look easy. How do you do this trick? How do we do this trick, everybody? I'll have a close-up view right here. Start like this, in front of the bike, like this. Swing it over here. And you jump on the peg and take your hand off. Oh my God, that's scary. And that's how we do a half pack, everybody. I want to get into one today. I was going to say. It looks hard. They make it look easy when they do it. We can practice that one. We practice this one again too. We're practicing double for the trick, everybody. It's weird because they make it like, it doesn't seem like a hard trick, right? So like when I have my legs swinging out like this, yeah, it's actually way easier. Because like if I mess up, I can just swing it and correct it, right? But when both of your feet are on like this, like one little move and you mess up the entire thing. You have to be like very like on it. I did kind of learn a new ride into the stick beat there too. Oh, I almost did it. That was it right there. Oh. We're almost gonna do it. Dude. We're about to do it. I put more PSI on my tire. I'm running 90 now. So it's kind of messing me up a little bit. Try not to do generators, everybody. Like that, it's so crazy that I literally have to make a goal in the day just not to do generators. It's can't practice fireworks. I guess I will do it here. Woo! That's fun. I think that was a quad bar. I think we did quad whip, quad bar. Quad whip, quad bar, dude. Pretty fun. I gotta screen mark that. I think we might actually beat a little PR right there. I wasn't actually going for it. This is how we get our clips, by the way. Click right here. Boom, it saves you so much time, bro. It's so easy to get a clip now. And I wasn't even like trying it. It was so crazy, right? Because I actually beat a PR. That's like a perfect example of how gnarly streaming is right now. I literally just beat a PR right now. And like, I was just messing around, right? That's kind of what happens. Bikes are fun. I know flatline seems kind of lame, but I think it's kind of hard. There's not many people really ride it. Fuck. Gonna do a funky chicken. Funky chicken. See, even this angle like cuts my head off too much. See? I'm gonna be like way out here. Can't even do a cliffhanger. What do you guys think? Should I keep this angle where it cuts my head off? Or should I have it at a lower angle where I can at least do cliffhangers and it show? Maybe I could do like right in the middle then. Right, because this is normally like... This is the angle where I can capture the most of the garage surface area. Let's see what you do at cliffhanger. See, this one you gotta like see me. The other angle, it like cuts my head off if I even get like 4 feet in front of the camera. Wait a minute, this one got all messed up. Let's do a cliffhanger. Remember to feed your local squirrels, everybody. That trick's hard. Trick's well challenging.
decade. Decade. Where's my water at? Give me the water. I'll keep practicing double quick stuff. Even though it seems boring, I need to learn that, everybody, okay? I need to not be in it for the views, I need to be in it for progression. Progression over perfection. Progression over views is basically kind of motto now. If we could do it both, I guess that'd be cool. Have to do this over and over until we learn this thing. It's so freaking hard, I don't know why. Maybe I'm just bad at this. It makes no sense why it's so hard. It seems so easy. It seems so easy. I'm not good at it. I think what makes it hard is I think if you mess up like where you hold the bike, it kind of like throws your balance point off. So you have to get like this angle right, I think. And then if your foot hits the wheel, it messes you up too. That's hot. Ugh. I need more water. Oh, I didn't even make my coffee. We should make coffee. I guess I could, you know what I might have to start doing? I have to just start like, just getting good at just moving this thing. And then just like, cause it's like, you know, I'm trying to figure out how to break up the monotony. So like, I don't know, maybe like just figuring out how we could break up the monotony. This thing. It's freaking hot in here. I think that's what I actually need to get good at. I need to start getting good at like moving this camera. We are going to use some of this stuff. Shout outs to Priceless. I don't know what happened to you, bro. What happened to Priceless at Lumina? He was the one that got me onto this this protein coffee stuff. But it's actually really good because normally I actually don't even like taking it, but we're going to do that. We're going to put ice cubes in here. It's almost like you get to eat something and you don't have to eat. Push this thing on here.
Jesus Knight. I got this at Walmart, by the way. You get to lock it. This. Here's basically our lunch or something. We don't have to eat. Let's see if the squirrels are at. No, I'm not. I just scared them. Monkey? Where's the monkey at? You guys want to see a squirrel paw? I did harvest these squirrel paws. I did not kill the squirrel. Unfortunately, it was a squirrel that got ran over by a car, and I harvested its paws and its tail. I know it's probably super weird, but I do feed the squirrels. We feed them this, sunflower seeds, and these ones. We actually have some right here. We have a little water bowl. Little water bowl for the squirrel, and there's a family. Well, there was a family of squirrels that would live, and they do live back there. So I need to get better at carrying this camera around. I think that's what I'm gonna start doing more. The reason why I stopped carrying the camera around as much is because it always messes up the angle of the shot. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna maybe just start just holding it. They are actually ground squirrels. They're desert ground squirrels. Rocks. I think maybe some people call them rock squirrels. Some people call them rock squirrels. Shout out to Prices. He's the one that got me on this. Pretty good. Protein powder in the coffee. Hot. I don't know why. I'm not even trying. This cracks like Eagle manuals are really good. Is that loud on the stream? I feel like it's loud on the stream. They look like prairie. Yeah, they kind of do look like prairie dogs. They don't have the little tails though. They have like there's a lot of them in California. Some people call them California ground squirrels.
inner laminate. Wow. That's a pretty good line. Whew. That was fun. Bike's fun, everybody. You guys can go to the Great Commission. Get ready to bike. I guess you don't need the bike though. I want to say that as well. I do want to preface. You do not need a bike. You don't need a draw. Honestly, I feel like if you don't have a Bible, you will find a free one. I feel like, I guess depending on where you live, I won't say everywhere has free Bibles, but I'm pretty sure if you were to walk into most churches and just be like, I don't have a Bible, does anybody have a free Bible? I'm sure at least one soul in any church would give you a free Bible. Maybe not any church, but most churches. I want to see if there's the soundtrack for... Let's look at that soundtrack. Let's see if it's copyright free. It shouldn't be. 8 soundtrack. Just because we were looking at it. Or OST. What does OST stand for? Original soundtrack? I think it stands for original soundtrack. I might be wrong on that though. I thought it was 8. Was it 10? Okay, maybe it's 10. Final Fantasy 10. It's weird because I never really played the game. I'm just looking up the soundtrack. Is it 10? Okay, it is 10. Yeah, it has the look of it. Let's see, is this copyright free? Oh. This is the original OST. Let's see. And maybe if not, there are verses on billboards. I've seen a lot on certain highways. Let's see it. That is true, yeah. Yeah, billboards on highways. That's a good way to do it, too. Oh, this isn't on copyright. This is crazy. Sounds cool. We'll listen to this for a little bit. I don't know if I could actually ride to this, honestly. I cannot ride to this, actually. Oops. What's this one? It's kind of funny, actually. I do remember watching this. Holy chabunga! Look who has joined the party, everybody. Spencer is in the house. We got the other BMX rider on Twitch. Shout out to Spencer Forsman. Everybody, let me put his name up in here. Anybody that's watching right now, check out. Okay, let me put in there. Check out Spencer Forsman on YouTube. Hey. BMX OD. You guys want to learn a lot about BMX legs?
Spencer has a bunch more videos that I will probably ever even make, and he has a bunch of how-tos. You can see the vibe, and yeah, you guys should help the BMX industry out, and help the BMX industry out, and go and get yourself a bike, go and get your kids a bike, get your friend a bike as well. get your family members bikes, and you can have fun. I will say the cool thing about a BMX bike is you can throw this in the car, whereas like a bigger bike, you know, you have to take off the wheel and stuff. Well, the BMX bike, you just throw it. You could throw it in a little car, and you're good. What are you up to, Spencer? What are you doing, bro? I've been trying to funnel more people to your streams, dude. But not many people I meet are playing Fortnite and stuff. You start playing WoW, dude. For some reason, I feel like WoW, like a bunch of people just a bunch of people play that. Well, I guess a bunch of people play Fortnite too, but you ever think about playing WoW, dude? If you start playing WoW, I actually might start playing WoW, dude. So what are we doing here? This is a trick I actually think you should learn, Spencer, the elbow glide. I feel like if you can already do the windshield wiper, bro, you got the elbow glide, because the elbow glide, how I learned it, is you can just walk into it, right? So you can just like hold, you don't need a high seat post either. I've seen people have a really low seat post. But you can just like hold it like this, and just like go like this, and literally just walk into it. You can like practice the balance point, you know? You just get the balance point down. You definitely have that one. About to pass up, work up early. Have it going, Spencer. Keep it up, bro. I'm gonna change the soundtrack there. Anybody out there? What is your favorite BMX maneuver? And you guys should think about streaming BMX riding as well, because there's really not that many BMX riders out here. It's kind of funny. It's so funny because I have more people that don't even ride BMX that follow this channel than even BMX riders, let alone flatland riders. I've only met like 4 flatland riders on Twitch, which is, it's just absurd actually, but I guess that's just what it is, huh? So we're gonna listen to a different soundtrack up in here. But the cool thing about flatland, everybody, is that you can learn this stuff in very, very minimal quarters. I know you guys have probably heard me say that, but the cool thing is, bro, I have even seen people. One of the guys that won X Games, he literally practices in a 5x7 little square area, bro. Like that, that's like his local spot. Like he just goes, and that's like, that's his local spot right there. And it's just crazy, bro. One of them won X Games, so it's crazy. But the thing is that, you know, you can ride it in this is a 15 by 15 square foot area. But I've also seen some really, really, really gnarly flatland riders. What they do, if you cannot find a level surface, because I guess in the aspect of this discipline of BMX riding, you do want to find the most level ground you can, right? Now, actually, most garages actually do have a subtle slope down, just in case it floods, the water actually goes down. I think there is actually a subtle slope that goes down, but I'm actually not quite sure. If you were to talk to a pro flatland rider, they're like super OCD about the ground. And they take like level gauges, and they're all like carpentry looking people out there sometimes. But if you cannot find an area, what I've also seen is there's some people, they will literally just rip the carpet out of their room. There's this one dude I saw, all he has in his room, for some reason he has like 4 or 5 bikes, and then he has like a little desk. He doesn't even have a bed frame. He puts his mattress up to it, so it's just a mattress, and he just throws it up on the wall. And then he just has a little desk with a computer, and then just like 5 bikes for some reason. And then that's like everything that he has. And I'm like, what in the world is this guy on? Like, imagine the amount of time you guys would ride if that's all you had. You just had a bed, a computer, and then just a little area. So yeah, some of those guys, some of the flatline riders are pretty gnarly, man. And the other thing I want to say is I'm not running too many flatline parts. I know my bike looks kind of weird. This is a Colt Tech frame. Shout out to Rod Morales. He did send me this frame. It's the Colt Tech 19.9. I do have a couple flatland parts up in here. These are the Heresy forks. We're running the Heresy forks at 15 millimeter offset. This one also has it to where you have the 0 offset. I did try the 0, but the 0 is just super twitchy for me. I might actually go back to it. I do see a lot of flat riders run the 0. And then we have the other flatland part I have are these are the S&M intricate bars, and these are actually, if you look up a lot of racing bar geometry, these actually kind of are just racing geometry. They say it's a flatland geometry though. It's actually weird. A lot of racing bars, they have less back sweep, and it's more in the realms of flatland geometry. It's actually kind of odd. We got I think this is a V1 Colt Salvation or Redemption stem, and I was gifted that one. And then I guess I do have a couple flatland parts up in here now I think about it. We do have this customized 18 tooth profile sprocket, which we got this one on Flatland Fuel. Just word of warning though, they do not, for some reason, Profile does not make hub guards. I mean, not chain guards for this, so we actually made this. We actually made this sprocket guard on stream, and it's actually kind of fun. If you guys ever make one, I'd probably use like a piece of metal about that much bigger. This one's kind of, this is the first prototype one that we made, and we literally just drilled it out and just filed it out. We filed the back down on that, and yeah, it was actually really fun. It seems kind of janky because I had to like put these 2 janky bolts right there, but that's the only way I could get it to where it had enough stability so it just wouldn't, move around on me. And then other than that, we are running just front and back brakes, and then we're running like a cheap mountain biking seat. So, and yeah, that's the setup right now, and it's really, really fun. Really fun. The first flatland maneuver that we learned, or that I remember learning, was this trick right here. It's called the track stand. It's like a very easy one, but I think this one helps you learn hang 5. So if any of you guys are out there that are interested in learning the hang 5, I feel like this one does kind of get you a little bit more comfortable with the hang 5, just because you start, and I guess you might need front brakes. I guess I've been running front brakes for a while, but you just put your foot right here. You kind of need to set your seat post a little higher so you can grab it right here. You don't have to do that, but it just makes it a little bit sturdier and easier to kind of practice. And you can just practice this, right? And I just practice. This is like the very first like legitimate flatline trick I learned. And I think this one kind of does help you a little bit learning the hang 5, because you can kind of just like, just really feel like, really just feel this angle and stuff like this. And then also, this is the first no-handed flatland trick that we learned. And you can just put this foot right here behind the tire, and you just, oh, it's fun. There's a lot of combos you can do from the track stand. Pretty fun. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna put some music on, because I actually forgot what I was gonna put some copyright-free music up on here. Let us find some copyright-free music. If you guys have any combos I should maybe try out, put them in the chat. Or what is your favorite maneuver? What is your favorite bicycle maneuver? The other thing I want to say as well is I did not always ride flatline BMX. I'm going to be honest, the only reason I started riding flatline BMX is I actually tore this ACL right here and I never got surgery. Seems kind of crazy. The whole goal was like, when I tore my ACL on the 180 on a 5-foot spine. It's ridiculous, right? Because I've done it so many times. And the thing, I'm gonna be honest, I think I know why I tore my ACL. I had brand new shoes on, and it was at one of those like metal, like the metal prefab parks, and it was really hot out, right?
and I had these brand new shoes on, you know? And you know how like the brand new shoes are like really, really grippy? Well, I think because of the heat of the prefab park, when I 180'd the spine and I stuck my leg out, I think when my leg hit the ground, like the new shoe on the metal, on the hot metal, it like gripped in the metal or something like that. And then like when I twisted it, like freaking popped, like tore my ACL. But then the thing was, is I was gonna get surgery. And then what ended up happening is I got another doctor and he said that I should do the physical therapy first, right? And then think about surgery. And then, cause you know, so that's what I did. I did the physical therapy. And then I was like, all right, well, let's just keep riding. And then I just started getting into flatline BMX. But the other thing is the other weird thing is Ryan Nyquist, actually the team, the Olympic team coach guy for America. He's actually been riding without an ACL for 10 years, for more than 10 years. The thing is he has this customized, I don't know what it's called, like the, you know, those really expensive braces that are like thousands of dollars. He has like that customized brace, but supposedly he said he's been riding without an ACL for more than 10 years, more than 10 years, which is crazy. I feel like everybody left. I just saw the view count now. Everybody just left. See, most of the people that I think are on or that follow Spencer also follow this one a bit. Alrighty, let's do this. We're watching like this trials guide too. Let me change the video. Yeah, a whole decade. Ryan Nyquist. He's a really gnarly dude. Really gnarly dude. And now what was I even gonna practice? Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Let's do a funky tune tell. One practice of funky, couple practices of funky tune tell. Oh, dude, we found a new band. This is a copyright-free band. Radical, dude. The other thing, if you guys are interested in streaming, you don't have to listen to copyright-free music all the time, because you can listen to copyrighted music. It just silences your stream in that little segment. But I'd make a playlist on YouTube, and every copyright-free song you find that you like, I just put in a playlist. Let's go back to learning double footed tricks. I kind of like when not many people are watching, because then I can just like practice tricks I'm not good at without having it seem like I have to entertain people. We're going back to double footed tricks real quick. Oh my goodness. What's wrong?
What's actually weird is this rider right here. I actually think he's a believer. In his earlier videos, he used to wear a cross. It's kind of funny. Go back to this one. Oh, that's it. You gotta do these a couple thousand times, everybody. A couple thousand reps for this maneuver before we learn it, I think. But it's pretty easy. You just hold the bike like this and just step on it, and you're supposed to be able to go, but I can't do it with a minute. I think I just hesitate. Joe Fate! Dude, what up, man? How you doing, Joe? Man, I haven't seen you in a bit, huh? How you doing, good, brother? I hope you're doing good, brother Reno. Joe, have you seen this movie? Now sponsored by... Just kidding. This is not a sponsor. This is just one of 4 movies that I actually possess and own. Well, Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within. I know this movie did not do good in the box offices and the ratings, but I thought it was kind of cool. I mean, I actually saw it in the movie theater when it came out, when I was like a little kid. And I was all tripped out on it. I was like, whoa, dude, this is crazy. Let's see here, huh? What should we listen to? Let's go into Heaven Core. Let's see if this playlist is still copyright free, everybody. So if you guys are not aware on how to find if something is not copyrighted, we'll take this for an example. Right now we have a simple YouTube tab open. And on the YouTube tab, there are these 3 little dots right here. We're going to press these 3 little dots. Oh, maybe not. No, that's not it, actually. My bad. It's actually the more. We press this button. We go down. And see if we go all the way down. Right here. Generally on the transcript, it will say music right here. If it has a music and a little thumbnail, it means it's copyrighted. This doesn't mean it's copyrighted. That just means Schwartz are remixing it. But also sometimes it'll say it in the title too. Sometimes if you find like very early like bands and stuff, sometimes they don't have copyrights on their early albums. Been staying safe. I have not seen it. I saw The Chosen on CD now. Interesting. Crazy. I have only seen like the first 4 episodes of The Chosen. Can't you just watch it free on the internet? Like, can't I look it up and just watch it for free? There's like a bunch of people that say there's like a big controversy with The Chosen now. I thought it was cool, but I won't get too deep into it. But we're gonna practice the half packer, everybody. This is the half packer. All you guys don't even need a flatline bike to learn this one. Everybody could basically learn this one. You don't need brakes either. You just go in front of your bike like this, hold the seat like this. Just put your foot on the peg like here. You're gonna step, you're gonna kind of skip. Put the foot on right there and hopefully just start finding the balance point. Oh, I kind of almost did it right there. There's a lot of cool combos from that one. Joe, have you heard about like the controversy of The Chosen? Maybe I shouldn't even talk about it, but some pastors are all weird about that. Some pastors on YouTube are all tripped out about that show, man. I thought it was cool. I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was awesome, but some pastors are all tripped out about that show, though.
You've never seen the show? I'm pretty sure you can watch it for free in a lot of places. You might be able to watch it right now somewhere. Maybe I should take some PSI out of my tire. I did go up 10 PSI. Maybe I should go back down. I think practicing that one and then practicing the half packer will be good. I think it's a very similar balance point. Sorry if this is really boring to watch everybody. This is just practice session. And I've been wanting to learn double-footed tricks, so this is the only way I'm going to have to learn double-footed tricks. Just keep doing them. You know I'm bad at them. Hard. Maybe I just find it hard. I just think I'm crazy. This guy's a gnarly rider right here. Brian Chapman. That guy builds bikes. He's a really gnarly rider. We should practice hitchhikers as well. Where are these tools? That's not it. What's this? That one orange somewhere. Let's see if we find it in here. It's one of these things. Actually, I might have just put it back on here. We're filling up the water bottle. Where's our water? Okay. I need water. I'll be right back. Might go right outside. Let us water ourselves at the moment. I guess we'll practice hitchhikers. This trick is another trick that I'm terrible at, but I guess we can keep practicing. We're gonna put our bearing bar ends on. Alright, let's practice this. I'm going to practice the right end right now. With that. Press that a bit. Hitchhiker. Thing's hard. It may look so easy. That's hard. You gotta do that over and over and over again until you learn it. almost found it. Getting like tire burn. The freaking my tire cut me right there, bro. It's like right where I do not have the shin grip. Like that's where, like I don't get hurt anywhere except right there. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna walk into the ride-in and hopefully get in one. So we start like this. Get into the elbow glide. We're learning this one from the elbow glide, by the way. Some people think it's harder. I find it easier. Yeah, some people find it easier. Some people find it harder. I find it easier. I find that this is actually the easiest way to learn it. So we're gonna just get into the elbow glide like this. I'm gonna push off into the balance point and then hopefully ride into a hitchhiker. Almost it. For some reason, it's easier in the garage than outside. I think it's because when I ride outside, like the garage is actually somewhat more level than outside, so it makes it a variable more consistent. Whereas, like when I'm outside, I feel like I'm riding on a little uphill. I don't know how to land it. That's the problem. So maybe I should. Some people with learning flatland tricks, what they do is they like break down the trick. So you know how we just did like we stood still, practiced the ride into the hitchhiker. Some people do just practice every little step at like one little section. So what we might start doing is we might just start practicing how to land it. So maybe we'll just go into it. Get into it, just stand on it, and then practice. So we're holding our. Now there is a couple ways we could do it. We can go like this. Some people will go like this, and then catch their seat like that, and then go like this. I think the easiest way is this. So if you're like this, we're balancing out like that, and then we kind of push to the side and we grab the seat right there. And then we grab this, and then just push it down. Let's do that. But I haven't landed one yet, so it's easier said than done. I think we're just going to start practicing that a lot. Oh. We're so close to doing it. I don't know why it's hard. It's just there's just so many little things that are all going on at the same time. Well, it doesn't seem that hard, but it is hard for some reason. So you just like this, you just put your foot, you just put your hand right there. You put your other hand right there and just let it down, right? It seems pretty easy, but it's not for some reason. I think that's how they're doing it anyway. There might be an easier way to land it. I think that's the easiest way for me right now. It makes the most sense. So let's go back to trying to get right into it again, and we'll just keep practicing all this stuff. Here, just gonna walk into it. Oh, dude, we almost landed that one. That was the closest one I've ever done. Holy chabanga. I keep trying to practice landing it. I feel like if I learn how to land it, I might be able to land it. I think maybe what I might do is I might like have it more at an angle. Maybe not. Ow. Does anybody know how to land this trick? What am I doing wrong? Fudge. I'm gonna look at the weather. Let's see what weather that's there. Change the angle, I guess. This is getting boring again, huh? Let's change it up. Let's do this angle now.
Trying to change it up, I don't know how to really change it up.
We're gonna practice the other trick now. Taking these bar ends off.
The only reason I have to take these bar ends on and off is these things are kind of fragile. So. You know what? I guess I could even practice the wheelie machine. That's what I should do. I need to just look at this peg right here. I think that's what I'm doing wrong. I need to keep an eye on this peg right here. Maybe I gotta skip a little bit more to gain more speed. Kind of wonder if I should do a different angle. What would happen if I put it over here? Oops. What if I put it over here? What happened if I put it over here? Oops. Just change the angles up in here, everybody. That's kind of a cool angle. I like this one, you can't really see it though. Huh. Maybe if I push it out, no, that's not safe. Oh, dude, we actually did a little bit. That was the best one of today. This is the best one I've done all day today. I'm starting to get a little bit. Ow. Stab myself. Yeah, this is brutal. It seems like such an easy trick, but it's hard.
before that time. You guys have any tips? You got tips for this trick? Man, dude, double-footed tricks. I think I'm just bad at them. I cannot do them. Am I in BMX streets? Let's go to fitness and health. We're changing the category, everybody. Copyright free. Doing it, like, I feel like once I put PSI in, I can't do it anymore. Oh. Maybe I should take PSI out. I'm running 10 more PSI than normal. It's messing me up. Whoa, that's crazy. I just can't hold it, man. I should be able to pump it like this. That's what I see the guys doing. Like if you mess up just a little bit, you lose it. Let's try to lower PSI. I am running a higher PSI than normal. Let's take 10 PSI out. We'll go back to normal PSI that I'm running. 80. That's still too much. Wow. Okay, this is normal PSI. This is what I normally run. Let's see what it feels like. See, it's easier. See, isn't that weird? What the heck? I can I'm so used to this PSI. It's crazy, bro. You change 10 PSI with some flatland tricks and you like feel a complete difference. That trick right there is a perfect example. I got so comfortable using 80 PSI that even if it's like 10 PSI difference, I totally feel a difference. That's so crazy. Because I was like, why can't I do this trick anymore? Because I did have it. I guess I just learned it lower PSI. It's so hard though. Cheers. Let's go back to half tacker. This is half tacker with 80 PSI. I need to just look at that peg. This one right here. That's a hard trick, man. Adras Rii 7. I don't know how to pronounce her name. I apologize. Whew. What's up? Practicing double hook tricks. That is what we're trying to learn here. Even double-footed rocket manual. Double-footed rocket manual. You practice point cheese double, I guess. It's not a double-footed trick, but it's something. I guess we could, let's see what that backer manual looks like. Oh, in this angle. And we land that first tee. Oh, we're so close now. It's fun. Bikes are fun, everybody. Shout out to Dave Smith. This guy is a believer. we're at in this little area. All the tricks you can learn. It's crazy. Trips me out. There should be flatlanders everywhere, huh? You guys know any other double-footed tricks? Well, I guess there was this kind of trick that I was thinking on. Rocket no-hander. Oh man, my computer's about to die. I forgot to plug it in. Well, I guess that means I can't go outside. Oh well. I just forgot I unplugged it earlier. Oops. Oh, we're good. What about ice pick bar? Ice pick stall bar. We try that. Bring out the stones. The stones of time. Ice pick stall bar. Come on, everybody, let's do an ice bar. I'm doing a cheesy style, so I'm not actually going to do a hot bar because I can't even hot bar. But if I can't even hot bar, most people probably could do the ice bar. Because I actually haven't really done the ice bar, so hopefully we can do it anyway. Last time I didn't do it, but I was close. Fun. It's a fun one, everybody. Fudge. Maybe I can't do this. This is too difficult for my level. Fudge, I was about to do it. Fudge, that was it. I held on to it. The bar just hit me in the leg for some reason. That was a good ice pick though. I held on to that thing. It's actually hard. I feel like when I see people do it, I did see like there's this old animal rider. He just ice picks and just bar spins in the ice pick. I'm pretty sure he bars and then lands into the ice pick again. So it has to be doable, right? That's doable for us. I can do it. Thing is, if you don't get on the curb right, it kind of like teeter-totters and like it just like kind of bucks you off. You gotta get like right in this little crux of it. Man, that one I almost did was so good. Some people are really good at that. They can like stall it and just hold on to it. Not very good at it. I think it's just because of what I'm stalling, it's like it moves a little bit. I can see how they do the hot bar out of it. We're just trying to just do a bar. You know what I should think about? I'm just gonna think about it as a pickup bar. Because I keep thinking like a hot bar for some reason. Just ice pick, pickup bar within it. That's so good. That's actually a really fun trick.
When the sawdust settles and the engine finally roars, the thing you can...
What if I just practice it like this? Just don't think it might be the right obstacle to do it on. Moves on me too much. Oh well, it's good practice anyway. Maybe just long ice to kickflip. I know I can do that one. Crank flip. Yeah, not bar spin. I don't know why I keep wanting to do bar spin. I'm bad at bar spins. So, let's do crank flip. Long ice crank flip. Oh, schnacked. Did it. Actually, that one actually you can't just hold it. You actually have to hop and do a crank flip. Maybe. Okay. I want to get this as maybe a closer up shot. That's gonna one more out. One more out. I wasn't what I was going for, but we almost did it. tried to save it. Hit the waves, dude. I feel like if I grew up by the beach, I'd probably be a surfer. Baby, come on my tire. Kind of weird, like, if you go a little bit too high, you kind of almost can, like get out of, so if you ice pick and you ice pick too high, you kind of can, like, level it out, but then there gets to the point where if you ice pick way too high, you can't save it, right? Maybe you can somehow. Maybe if you, like, go up and then go like this. Do you think I should keep switching the camera angle? I think I should. Even though this angle, like, if I land something, I can't do a line. I think it just, like, changes it up a bit, so it's not as boring. Come on. I was like doing it. It's kind of crazy. This entire time of trying this trick, I've only gotten 2 good holds. Is that normal for this trick, or do you guys, like, do it like every single time? I think it might just be because I'm doing it on this obstacle. My brake season is funky. You gotta get it just right. Just on that little dot. Trying to hold it. I'm getting tired. This is kind of tiring, everybody. I don't know how much more I can do this. I thought I would have landed it by now. Give it 3 more tries. One. 2. Oh, that was almost it. I'm gonna try to save that one. 3. We're done. It's actually kind of tiring. I was like almost about to flip over. first can we do with the zoomed in position? I got one. Again, let me show the two boys and girls. So put the stones of time back in their places. We're going to do pickup bar, Smith, kickflip, bible, fakie, something. That was close. It's like the cheesiest line, but it's fun. Something on my bike broke or something. Oh, shit. Oh, moved. Where is the tools? Yeah. Fix it. Alright. Pickup bar, tail tap, Smith, kickflip, bible, fakie, share reader, half bar, no handed half bar. Or something like that. Close. At least it's fun. At least it's fun, everybody.
I wanted my hepatitis C gone. I put off treating mine.
Is this on Oh, this is copyright free. Copyright free. I don't know if that's wine anymore, everybody. What about, we got this line. This line's kind of cool. Kickflip or crankflip, double peg, crankflip, switch double peg, easy 180, fakie, half cab Smith kickflip, crankflip. Kind of cool. got this one, everybody. Let's shred the gnar. Kind of loud, my bad, everybody. That's why I don't really ride that thing. Kind of loud. A different song.
60,000 bonus points to stop scrolling and start living. Redeem points for travel with Chase Sapphire Reserve.
There was actually another weird line I haven't done. You try like a biblequote. I haven't done a biblequote here in a long time. I think this might be a good angle to see the biblequote. Can you see? I wonder if you can see the graveyard of tires. No, you can't. Pictures are in the way. Let's see if we could do a biblequote, fakie, and hit that thing over there. I've actually never done that one. Maybe it's doable. Oh, that's doable. I'm gonna take off the BMX video and stuff real quick, so you can see it. You can see the graveyard of tires right here. That's pretty hard. I need to like somehow get to that bank over there. You know what I'm gonna have to do? We're gonna have to pedal pressure, slow down. We're gonna a biblequote, pedal pressure, slow down, and then go over here. I think that's how we're gonna have to do it. I just go kind of fast out of that. Well, I guess we did kind of do it. We broke it. That's the thing. I gotta get in the middle of it. Maybe a different song. This song is strangely copyright free. It's pretty chill. It's a copyright free chill song. Total different vibe from the other one. Take the cross out for this one. I don't even want the cross lately. Sketchy. Fudge. Darn. We almost did it, but we didn't do it. That was pretty close, though. I want to go into a grind. I want to do park, fakey, like, I don't know, like trials. We're gonna try and put all of it together. Trials, park, street, flatland. Makes it hard. I wish there was more room. My tire hits the thing back there. Okay, we're changing this song. The song's cool though.
You don't want to go outside.
Really windy out, huh?
Really windy.
We'll go outside, Dale. All right.
What we done?
Oh, so close. I got tired. Fudge. Darn, that was so close. I was like thinking, should I do a double peg or a booby peg? We're tired, everybody. Let's change the angle. Kind of wondering what other angles we get up in here. Three, two, five. Maybe we should draw. Let's actually draw. Well, we're gonna go draw, everybody. Let's drink some water. I think we have some salt out here. Let me get some salt real quick. Hey, you remember where I put that salt? There's a packet like this when I went to Albertsons. You know where you put it? This is my old salt. Well, we're gonna go inside, everybody. We're gonna draw. But I do have some salt. I'm gonna eat some of this stuff. Like this. Salt. Salt. The salt of the earth. Let us not lose the saltiness or something like that. Let us shine our light. How crazy would it be if you really couldn't be hidden? How crazy would it be if God made some sort of technology where, like, people could no longer be hidden? That'd be gnarly. That'd be crazy, man. What was I even looking for? Oh yeah, I was looking for the water. Alright, too long. Okay, we're going inside, everybody. We're gonna go draw. Go draw. Draw. Colossians 3:3. For ye are dead, and your life is hid with Christ in God. Colossians 3:3. I guess that is an interesting one, right? What about Matthew 5:16? Or no, not 5:16. It's Matthew... I have it in the Bible. It's Matthew 5:14 through 16, I think. By the way, Joe Fate, if you put the ESV on the thing, it brings in the... Because for some reason it got put on like KJV. It was on ESV, but if you type in ESV, it shows the ESV verse. What verse is that? Matthew 5:14 through 16. Now I guess that is an interesting one because I think in Psalms it does mention. Oh, I guess you have to put the verse and then ESV in the same line. Now the Psalm, I do, now that I think about what you said, it does remind me of the Psalms because there is something where David says something about like the Lord hides us under his wings, right? Something like that. Something we're supposed to be hid in Christ. But yeah, I was thinking about these verses. Matthew 5:14 through 16 ESV. Okay, it does show the ESV version. But we also have the original text, everybody, right here. Is this backwards? I think it's backwards for you guys, right? Oh, no, it's not. So if you have your Bibles, everybody, you can turn to page, I guess not page, Matthew chapter 14, or Matthew 5:14 through 16. Now this is the cool thing about God's Word. We can give Him glory in many things that we're doing. See, right now, we're just doing a bike stream, right? But also, we can do a bike stream and we can look at the Bible. I'm serious, though. I notice it is kind of funny, but it also is kind of like gnarly to think about, right? Because also that makes me remind me of this verse. Let's go in. If you have your Bibles, everybody, we can turn to 1 Corinthians 10:31. Let's find it. 1 Corinthians 10:31. Where is it? Here we go. We found it. This verse right here. I don't know if it's gonna. I gotta like get right in front of it, huh? So whether you eat or drink or whatever you do, do all to the glory of God. That is a very strange verse, right? So whatever we're doing, right? Even what this verse is saying, even if we're giving drink, it's so weird to think. How can we, even taking a drink right now, how can we be giving glory to God? Maybe we can give thanks to God. Thank you, Lord, for this sustenance. Or we can think about some verses. It makes me, I know this isn't water. I guess we could think about, if I was drinking water, I could think about the verses of watering the seeds. I have planted, Apollos has watered, but God has given the increase. And throughout the collection of this, we can go into the lands, far and wide, hopefully into the Great Commission, to hopefully make disciples of all nations. Now, there is a self-replicating aspect of the Scriptures, where when we make a disciple, hopefully, in turn, that disciple would make more disciples. We are to go into the lands of all nations, not one race, not one people group. We're called to go into the Great Commission. And
is the little segue into the drawing stream right now. It is not that hard, it's just awkward. It's just awkward, everybody. Now, I have been kind of thinking about, like, I have been kind of thinking about, like, all these bike parts and stuff, I'm going to be honest, you know? I'm like, what do you guys think? Should I just throw all that stuff away? Because a lot of these parts are broken. And I was kind of going for, like, a bike shop vibe, you know, like when you go into a bike shop, they have just, like, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of bikes just everywhere. And I'm kind of wondering if that is kind of, like boastful or something. Like, should I just get rid of all that stuff? But also, I don't know, right? A lot of this stuff's broken. A lot of these parts are broken. So it's like, I don't know, like, I mean, a lot of this stuff I could still use. I think, like, the spokes or, like, the hub. I mean, a lot of these frames are cracked. I mean, that top one's cracked. I mean, the silver ones are still good, though. That white one's still good, and that green one's still good, too. But, yeah, I've been kind of thinking about that. I'm like, man, should I even, like... But then also kind of, I don't know, like, you know, so I don't know, like, I mean, it would be kind of cool, like, you know, if we were to go the most meekest route, it would be crazy. Like, imagine if all I had was just a bike and I was just homeless, you know, like, just like, everybody, we're just going to do a stream, we're just going to practice. Imagine if there was somebody that did, I know there's probably someone out there as I speak, because I feel like this might intimidate people, right? And I apologize if I am intimidating people, but I don't know. I was just trying to go for bike shop vibes, you know, because eventually I do want to hopefully help out the bike industry in some degree. But, you know. But also I do ponder on, like, Christ, how Christ did it, right? Because Christ was like, you know, he had no place to lay his head, and, you know, that'd be such an gnarly. Imagine if I was just homeless, I just had the bike and that's all I had. That'd be gnarly, huh? I don't know. Hey, how's it going? It's going pretty good, man. How's it going with you? Just pondering on this stuff. I'm wondering if I should get rid of all this stuff, man. The thing is that some of this stuff is actually usable, but I don't know, man. What do you guys think? Should I get rid of all that stuff, or should I just... I don't know. Let's just keep it. We're going for bike shop vibes, so... We also have, look at this graveyard of tires right here. This is basically the graveyard of bike parts right here, you know. We've got the graveyard of tires, which some of those things are still usable, I think. Even though a lot of them are bald or, you know, stuff like that, they are somewhat usable. Now we're going to go draw a little bit. Also eating some salt. Stuff I actually feel, I don't know about you guys, but kind of weird to do this, it's like strange, but I've been noticing actually, if I sweat a lot, I get tired, right? And the thing is that I've been noticing, well actually not noticing, actually somebody told me that if you eat salt, right, this is, if you actually, if you see like the football players and stuff and you see how they're like drinking the water, they're actually, some of them are actually drinking salty water. Because there is, you know, and so what I do is I link my finger and just get some salt like this. And that stuff's good. Chapter verse bodies. Yeah, did you want to join it? Let me show you the command. Where is it? View screen. I need to write it down better. Slash. I can't remember if it... Okay, you would like to join it. I add Celtic salt to my water. It has many health benefits. It does have... Yeah, it does have some gnarly health benefits, huh?
But also we lose a lot of salt too. It also kind of reminds me of that one verse. We are the salt of the earth or something like that. I don't really remember it fully, but there's some verse that says something like that. Something about we shouldn't lose our saltiness or something. I don't remember. It's in Matthew somewhere. I think if you type in this, ! Join channel on my chat right now. Try it out right now. Can you add it? If you type that in on my chat right now, I think it'll automatically put you into the chapter verse bot. Let's see if it works. There is a command. Okay, yeah. Okay, it's crazy. Yeah, gnarly, it did work. Wow, interesting. Okay, so, man, dude, and I actually know, let me give this guy a shout out. This is the guy that actually programmed chapter verse, by the way. So, shout out Missionary Gamer. Oh, wait, did he get rid of his channel? Shout out Missionary Gamer. That's weird. Shout out Missionary Gamer. Okay, I spelt it wrong. Shout outs to that guy right there, Missionary Gamer. He's actually the one that programmed chapter verse. I did not make it, right? And it's crazy because anybody can join it. So now if you stream, and someone's like, oh, could I join chapter verse? Remember that this is the command, and you could give that to any person that wants it, and they can join the channel. Really interesting, actually. And now we're going to go inside and draw a picture, everybody. So let's gather our belongings. I know, it's really easy to do, huh? It's really, wow, this thing's like super hot. I feel like it shouldn't be this hot. This is crazy. That feels like dangerously hot. I know, it's really easy to do because Pastor Duteson, I don't know, do you follow Pastor Duteson? I can't shout him out right now because I already shouted somebody out. So Pastor Duteson, he was like, oh, if anybody wants to have chapter verse, just put this in there. I was like, no way. I was like, did you say that right? And I just typed it in there. I was like, bloop, and it just went into the stream. It was crazy. But yeah, God's word is cool. Actually, God's word is more important than anything else that we're doing on stream right now. It's kind of crazy for me to even say that. It's taken me a long time to even acknowledge that, but God's word is actually more important than the bike riding, the drawing, anything else. This is actually the most important part. It's actually gnarly to think about, right? So, shout out to God's word. Okay, so now we're going to go inside. Yes, I've recently started trying to incorporate God in my stream and my platforms. Yeah, it took me a little bit of time. I'm going to be honest, I used to not even do a Bible study. I used to just share one little verse. Before I even started riding my bike, I'd just read one little verse. I didn't even know sometimes I didn't even put like the actual chapter of it. I would just be like, the wicked flee, though no one pursue, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. And then I just like ride my bike or something like that, right? And then I started doing Bible studies. But honestly, the Bible studies are another gnarly part now. And I feel like there's many ways to do it, right? Even like maybe even put in a little cross. That's honestly a way I think you could do it. If you don't want to say anything, I think that's a good way to start. Like, can't you just put a little cross in something, right? Like, it's so funny because I just like, I just made this out of tape, right? This is literally just 2 little things of tape. Like imagine if someone just did that in the back of their stream, just 2 little pieces of tape, just bloop, bloop. You know, just a little Easter egg of a cross or something like that, right? I think that might be a way to give God glory. Pretty easy. It's pretty simple to do. We're going inside, by the way. I thought my water was in here. Oh, it's in here. Thank you. It's a good transition. It feels good. And I apologize if I'm intimidating anybody either. I also want to say I don't even know if I'm even doing any of this stuff right. So, but I think if we just acknowledge God, He's going to continue to guide us, right? It's over here. This is the drawing side right here. I'm going to draw an angle thing. And there's all this stuff in the way. I'm just trying to plant seeds the best I can because I want people to learn and seek God. Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's what happened to me. Let me give you actually a combo of the verses. These verses actually got me to kind of to even start thinking about planting seeds. It's this one, so it was Matthew. It's kind of funny because I've remembered these ones. Matthew 6:33 ESV is this one. But seek first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. And then, though it's weird because the very first parable that mentions the kingdom, about what the kingdom's like, it's Matthew 13:24 ESV. He put another parable before them, saying, the kingdom of heaven may be compared to a man who sowed good seed in his field. That's in the parable of the sower. Matthew's rendition of the parable of the sower. And then it was Luke 8:11 ESV. Now the parable is this. The seed is the word of God, right? So it's kind of crazy. Like, can we somehow plant the word of God, right? And what's interesting is now I have a new combo to that combo right there. And it's John 1:1. John 1:1 ESV. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So you know what's really funny about seeking first the kingdom? Well, there's actually many facets to seeking first the kingdom of God. Many, many facets, right? But this is just one little part to seeking first the kingdom of God. It's very interesting, though, to think that that's what actually God did. So before even the first person seeked first the kingdom of God, God was actually the one that laid that kind of thing out. That's how I read it anyway. It's really interesting, actually. I'm going to take a little break, though. Let's see here. Let me put on a BMX video right here. Do any of you guys play Fortnite? There's 4 people in here. I don't know if I could shout. I was going to shout out to Pukalos because he did raid me. We're going to go into... Let me put on a Dan Corrigan video real quick. So we'll go to a new one. I used to play Fortnite, but now I don't have space. Yeah, one of my friends, actually, the only other like BMX rider that's true. I guess no, he's not the only other rider. One of the few BMX riders on Twitch. I try to funnel viewers to his channel too if they're playing the same games. That's why I ask people that. I'm gonna put on a skate video and then I'm gonna go wash my face. I should just film everything, huh? Okay, here we go. Oh, that's weird. It was like in the frame, but not anymore. Why is this not fitting in here? Let me move this over here. Move this over here. Let's move this over here. Yeah, it's really cool though. If you do start streaming, you should put like the tags on your stream, because if you put like the Christian tag or like a Bible or just anything that you're into, but a lot of the people that follow me and even found my channel, they said that they just found me on the Christian tag. So that's a good one. I could show you how to put like the tag. If you have, by the way, if you have any questions on how the stream is set up, anything that I'm doing, feel free to ask, because I have like, I could show you how I do it. Like we have this text thing right here, like see how I just added this text thing? And then we have this at the bottom. Another believer actually showed me how to do that. You can do this on OBS, and I will say, see how there's this text string and it's moving right here? The thing is that a believer told me you should import it from your notepad. So if you want to put Bible verses like that, or just not even Bible verse, you could put any words or something like that. You could put your viewers, you could put subscribers or something, whatever, your goals or something like that. Yeah. The thing is I guess I could show you how I do it, because it can kind of be kind of confusing. Just, it's kind of weird, right? But I'll show you how we have it set up right here. I'll open it up in this little screen right here at the bottom, or at the top right there. But see how I have it right here? I don't know if you can see this. You can't do an enter, right? So you can't do a, you know, where it enters and it like makes a space like that. Everything has to be just you have to put the verse, put just a space, and then put the next verse, and then just the space, and then the next verse. And I have this on Notepad, on the Notepad, and you have to import that into OBS. And then they have a bunch of settings on like the speeds, the fonts, and all sorts of stuff. But that's how you do that one. And then, what else do we got? I have the image slideshow. This one I've imported as well in there. That's kind of fun. So that one's kind of cool. It's kind of, you know, just something to put in there. But I am going to be right back. I'm going to take a little break. I just got to wash my face because I've been sweating all day. Or not all day, just for a couple hours, honestly. But I'm just going to put this... I'll be back in like 2 minutes, Larry. So, I'll be right back.
I'll go over there when I'm done.
Hey, listen to this guy.
Yeah, this park is definitely like one person at a time, the way it flows. Like, safely at least. Obviously, more than one person can skate at a time, but... There's kind of two paths through this quarter pipe snake run and then like the ledges and stuff. But I think it has a lot to do with like the skaters that we have, like Landon and stuff, where they skate everything. It's like they really take up all of it. And it's not super big, so you're kind of on like one side of the park to the other in a couple seconds. Damn. Oh, I don't know if there's enough room for that, is there? You want to be a part of Zach's line? You can be. Alright, guess Zach's next trick. You were so close to being right. The back nose one? Yeah. Nah, I just landed it.
Oh, Paladin has the worst song. Hold up.
What is it? So this song's called Moneybag L.
Fucking artist is Moneybag Yo.
Ooh. We're gonna count that crime as part of the plan. Wow. Yeah, you'll do the back end. Let's try it out. You see this map? You spin one. Whoa.
Don't get me wrong, I love laps, but I think you might have fucked up a little bit. You're not high. I think you might have overcome it just a little
Yeah,
bit.
it seems like you're just going.
Because I just died.
Let's do this.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry if there's cursing in here, by the way.
First try? No worries. Crack out.
My bad. I cannot control these guys.
What are the odds you think you're trying to put on? There it is. Like out of the coping down. I like that.
Oh, I'm tired.
Is that real?
I'm gonna get a drink real quick. I need a drink.
No one's done that. No one's done that. That makes sense. Do it.
I've seen Dion kickflip from the bank over the top to flat.
Wait, from what?
Dion kickflip from the bank to flat.
Oh, going this way.
That was good.
Oh, Landon's making claims, dude. I think he's gonna come.
Get this.
Come up short, dude. Where do you land at? Just in the back. It's not that bad. It just looks like it's hard to get the speed for it.
Okay, well, let's draw something. What are we gonna draw?
Yeah. Oh, that ain't the way. Too slick.
What are you guys up to? What is you guys up to up in here?
Yeah, like it's nothing.
Let's see here, huh?
Yeah. He wants it, dude.
He wants it, dude. I think we're just gonna draw like a shepherd, dude. I feel like the shepherds are pretty fun to do.
Honestly, I believe you. Wow. Don't you dare. Dude. Good. See, now he's just doing it casually, like barely even pumping hard. You gonna nose ball? Yeah, nose ball. He's so insane.
Holy. Okay, we're putting this up on here. Where's our paper at?
Dude. Most pro skater.
Where is our paper?
Dude. What, that nose ball? You weren't
I had like a bunch of paper everywhere. I like lost it. Do we need to craft more paper? Oh, here it is. Oh. You know what? I haven't been painting lately. I have not been painting lately. Painting is just intimidating. I'm gonna be honest.
I wonder, yeah, dude, you should be. What do you got, dude? What do you got, Landon? What you got to say? Going through it.
Painting and inking is an intimidating act, everybody.
Yeah, it's not even.
So let me put this over here. Oops. Wait, what happened to the brake sign? Oh, there we go.
Gonna do it, dude. Jesus Christ.
Now we do have this one So I don't really like having this one.
I guess you could barely even see me, honestly, but
I normally don't even have that one on there just because it's kind of awkward.
Wait, did Landon just say I have your back?
Where is it?
Oh, Brandon. I really thought I was like, I have your back, Landon.
Oh yeah, we have the chat. I forgot we have the chat as well.
But very likely it got no one really ever skated. They're having a full-blown session on it. I like that.
Okay, there we go. We're almost set up, everybody. I'm just setting up all this UI. There we go. I think that should be the setup.
and I think we are ready to start, everybody. We're going to use this old paper that we did for our last drawing. I actually did the other one over here. I need to start using a different paper to start doing the other stuff. We're going to do our thumbnails on this one. I think we're gonna do a shepherd. We're gonna do a shepherd, everybody.
I feel like double flip backhand would be less cool. Not less cool, but...
Yeah, let's just do a shepherd. It'll be easier. Kind of want to think too hard. Okay, I want to zoom this in. Actually, let me move this. There we go. There we go. Sorry if this is... Zoom this in. I'm wondering if I could start... I need to start not wasting paper. So we're going to start pushing this like this. And I'm going to start doing our thumbnails like this. And then just, you know, try not to waste paper. Okay, so we're going to start with doing a little thumbnail just to kind of establish the, you know, kind of composition of the piece and also figure out maybe some things of the character before we kind of go into it. I used to not really be about doing the thumbnails, but, you know, they do actually help out a lot, actually. So we're gonna go into it. So let's start with our line of action. Actually, let me think about it. So generally what I think is that, okay, so here's our little paper right here. And I'm either thinking, okay, are we going to put the character on this side or this side?
But really land in space.
I guess that is the question, right?
A lot of people ask us, what's the difference between mudwater and mushroom coffee? First, we are mushroom coffee. Mushroom coffee is sort of what it sounds like.
Mushroom coffee.
What the? What in the world? Trying to think, how can we do this? I'm also thinking about putting a bike in here. I guess let's do it this way because I put the bike over on this side last time. Let's do it on this side this time. So we're gonna start with our line of action. Right there. From here, we're gonna establish our proportions. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7.5. We got 7.5 for this character.
Oh wait, we need to be in art right now also.
Okay.
You don't have to go to space. Do whatever you want, Landon. Don't let them dictate your trick list. Landon, you gotta go to bed, you need. No, you don't. You don't need wax.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think you need to stay in transition. You're treating it like
2, 3, 4, 5, 5. I'm trying to think how we're gonna do this. We could just have. What was our last? Okay, we had it on that. Okay.
Damn. What? Oh, you got the camera sunglasses? Whose are those? I'd be afraid to put those sunglasses on because then everyone will know how much I watch Landon skate when I'm at the bar with them. Like, I pay attention to no one else but Landon. I'm like, he's on the point I'm watching him.
Okay, let's go to our next pencil.
I'll leave it to deal, Matt? No, you won't. That's a tough guy, trick. Yeah.
Trying to think, should we have a book right here?
Are you okay?
Lately, I've been about like lately I haven't been about the floating book. Lately, I've been about the sword book thing. We've been doing a lot of them that way, actually. I think we're gonna do one that way as well today.
The angle's off. Let's get bent this way. Yes, that was cool. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. You had no angle. You had no reason to try that. Whoa. Is it possible to get you backside? You did it frontside right through here. Backside, I don't know how we would get to it. Oh, that might be. Where do you go afterwards, though? To the 3-foot quarter putt with 100 miles per hour speed?
I think this might be it.
Dude, you know the gap's hard to clear when he's just grabbing like a strict melon. Like no wild tweaks or anything. It's just the speed for it is just not a good angle. I think anyone ever skated this like a loading dock at the bank? I guess quarter pipe. Matt's first time here has done like 5 NBD gaps. Six NBD gaps. Coming out of that, like rock shove. Like I feel, because I know you want to do plunge and safety, but I feel like rock shove might be more forgiving. What is he holding? Wait, is he holding the sunglass camera? What is that? Was it Lord Vader? Did you find that? Dude, he just took energy for a ride.
I think this one I'm gonna put Raven. Like Elijah. Maybe we could put another sheep over here. And a sheep right here.
You're the guardian of the park.
Guardian of the park.
Metachlorine levels are
I think we're
off the
doing
charts.
this.
My first time having a stalker.
So we have a shepherd,
It's pretty nice to like
we have a bike,
without being scared.
we have a raven. Maybe we could put the Bible verse right here.
got sheep. Maybe not sheep right there. Commercial. Let's see here. What should we watch? Let's see here. Let's watch Hippie Mike. Wait, is this copyrighted? Let's see here. There's a song that's copyrighted. I'm not going to listen to it. Oh, man. That's why I like watching Dan stuff. I know for sure he has no copyrighted stuff. Okay, what about this one? Dude, I'm pretty sure they don't use copyrighted stuff because this guy's editing it. Yeah. Okay. Shout out to Keen Ramps. I know these guys don't use the copyrighted stuff, so.
He's not with us today because he's out of town doing family stuff and spend time with friends.
Okay. So yeah, this is I think what we're doing.
His actual friends, his rich friends. So you guys are stuck with me today, but not only does me, you're stuck
Let's see
with
how we're
me.
gonna fit this in.
But
Oh, yeah, we can maybe put a little rabbit right here.
In Long Beach, California, and we are going to utilize this for skate obstacles and things such as this. Skate obstacles, I sound like crazy. Skate spots. We're taking the puzzle wagon around skate spots and we're going to see, what.
I guess we put the sheep on that side, so maybe we'll put the sheep over here.
So it looks like where we are in our first spot is a bunch of like. Is it? I don't think that's good.
Okay, then we can put more ravens over here. Okay. So I know this seems pretty chaotic, but basically we have a shepherd. We're going to have a shepherd's staff, the Bible, sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God. We're going to have a bike right here. We're going to have a raven, and then we're going to have a flying raven. That's supposed to be a flying raven. And we're going to have like some sheep over here, and we're going to have a little rabbit over here.
Yeah, for sure. It's just like a pretty, kind of like a
I think we're pretty good on that.
bringing around and being able to do stuff like this. Right. I mean, it's like 20 pounds. Yeah, obviously you get like a bigger, long.
It's actually kind of crazy. So this spot that they're at was actually the first spot that I actually met my very first Flatlanders. Shout outs to Ryan Russell. Yeah, this spot right here. It's called the Globe. This is actually a pretty famous BMX flatland spot. Okay, so let's get into building this thumbnail up. Let's take it off of the clip. Okay, everybody. So hopefully we build this one up. This is going to be the one we're building up. So let's zoom this out. Let's push this over here. Boom. Just like that. And so this is actually one of the hardest parts, I think. Me personally, I think this is one of the hardest parts, is establishing how we take our thumbnail and how we fit everything into this. Dude, I think that's that BMX rider that rides for Colt. I forgot his name. What's that guy's name? Dude, I'm pretty sure that guy rides for Colt. Yeah, it is that guy. Dude, is he working for Keen Ramps now?
As you can see.
That's interesting. Huh.
Doesn't even pop, still makes it.
I did see a... I mean, I guess I'm saying, but sometimes I was wondering, man, that guy a believer or something, because I did see a comment that he made. Kind of made me think of it. Okay, so let's try and stay focused. We are going to be... First, we are going to establish the proportion of this character to see if it even fits on the paper, right? Now, this one, we're using the 7.5 head proportion for this one. So, yeah. So, let's see here. We'll roughly say about right here is where we're going to try and establish it. And let's see if we can fit it in here. Maybe a little bit less because there is the sword that's coming. Oh, wait, no, that'll be good, Okay, so let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. So this establishes our proportion sheet that we're going to be, this is going to be the groundwork for laying this construction of this figure. Now, we aren't doing it on this drawing per se, but if you were given the task, imagine if an animation studio came to you and said, hey, can you draw this exact same character proportion in this perspective? Look at this little video right here. Could you put this character in that perspective right now? Within this proportion grid that we have established, there is a mathematical formula that you can actually draw whatever we're drawing now in every single angle. It's actually really, really crazy. But that goes into all this crazy stuff about perspective drawing and, you know, establishing your vanishing points and all that stuff. Right now, this is just a very simple 2-point perspective that we're guessing. We're not establishing it now. Some artists are actually very good at doing the 2-point perspective stuff, but that's not what we're doing right now. But if you did work for an animation studio or a video game studio, they would actually probably want you to do stuff like that. Just letting you guys know. Man, this guy's hauling. This guy rides bikes, so... Holy moly. Wow. Okay, let's keep going. Let's stay focused. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we are going to... I think right now we're going to quickly just see how we can place this in here. So we're going to start with our 3 immovable masses. Actually, we should have started with our line of action, which is the spine of the figure. You know what, actually, I think it honestly is probably good for Keen Ramps to have Dylan, because he rides BMX. So maybe that's actually why they're putting Dylan on Keen Ramps right now, because honestly that would help Keen Ramps if they went skateboarding and BMX. That's actually interesting thinking about that. Okay, so now we're establishing our line of action. Our 3 movable masses, which is the head, torso, and pelvis. Yeah, that dude's just getting pulled in by that electric bike. What in the world? Wow, that was gnarly. That's definitely an MBD. Nobody's done that before. Where's the bike at, dude? I'm pretty sure it's that dude.
I don't think that was gonna work otherwise. I was like, dude, I'm pushing as hard as I can. Yeah. And it was like I was still getting there.
Okay, so we're going our 3 movable masses. I'm getting distracted because I'm watching this as well. Okay, so 3 movable masses. 1, 2, 3, 4 is generally at the pelvis. And I apologize if they're cursing. Which I thought you would get demonetized if you cursed. One, 2, 3, 4. So I'm just roughing it out right now. Let's see. So we're gonna go 1, 2. Let me actually establish this proportion sheet right here. we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, and wait, did I mess this up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I did. Oh no.
They charge you a lot.
Oh my goodness, I messed it
We charge you a little. They put their names on arenas.
Dude,
We put ours on
I
my
must have
board.
either gotten distracted or. This is what happens when I'm watching a video while I'm drawing. I totally messed that up, dude. Are you kidding me, dude? What? Well, we gotta redraw it, everybody. How did I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? What? Oh, let's just re-establish it. Dude, I'm an idiot. Oh, well, it's okay. This is kind of the frustrating thing about the traditional thing, by the way, because with the digital, you could just take the lasso tool, lasso this entire thing, and if you had that on a layer, you could just shrink it down. But you can't do that with the traditional, so you just have to redraw it.
Should I go 2 foot or 3 foot? So I just want to have like a video where we really hash out all of the different things about quarter pipe. Talk about
It's okay. Let's redo the proportion sheet then.
we made 2 videos recently about like quarter pipe hacks and building one and like transition radius
Okay,
and
so
stuff.
let's start it again on this one. We're still trying to do it on this segment. And now we're going to have to do it a little bit smaller. So we actually do see that that's actually where we had it last time, right there. So let's actually try it like right there. I know it seems very subtly different, but we're after one more head tall. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. I actually should. See, it's weird. I feel like I should make it. It's weird that it didn't work last time. It doesn't make sense. Was that supposed to work? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope. Huh. Let's try that one.
What level are they skating?
1,
Obviously, if your kid is like a
2,
judo and training and skating giant
3,
stuff, yeah, go bigger.
4,
The majority of
5,
are
6,
all terrain
7,
and like to skate.
7.5. Okay, here we go. See, and it's crazy because look at how much the difference we made. We made a subtle little difference, but the thing is adding all of those little differences up, it actually makes for a pretty, you know. Okay, so this should give us a bit more room to mess around with because we also have to think that we're not drawing a figure like this, we're actually drawing a figure like that.
So they come standard, unpainted, raw Baltic birch wood on the surface, and then we have some upgrades. We offer a weatherproof coating on the sides of the decks.
Here, let's do this one. So we're going to start again with our line of action.
This is actually Skate Light. It's black, which we don't offer on the website. Skate Light typically comes, it's in like a natural, like brownish color.
Line of action, 3 movable masses again.
I think Face Clan initially. Yeah, this is a really good option if you're, tight on space. It's not gonna break the bank. It's one of the more affordable quarter pipes that we have on our website. Okay, 2 for 2. Wow. It is gonna be a good day. Yeah. It's gonna be a bad day. You can set up with your board. I know what I mean.
Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep focus. Okay. So we're 3 moved masses, which is head, torso, and pelvis. It'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 is at the pelvis. We're thinking about these as blocks of shape. I guess another thing that I kind of haven't really been talking about, which I have talked about in the past, is in the beginning when we're drawing these figures, it's kind of like another kind of like thing to think about is like, are you going to draw a dude or are you going to draw a chick, right? Because generally what you can establish is just if you're drawing a male character is you can make the torso like bigger, right? Now, some artists have had some weird hypotheses of why that is. Some have said because, males used to just go out and hunt things that we kind of, and I guess it's just the fact that women birth children, they have a bigger pelvis. Okay, so let's go in. So we're going to go into our next landmark, which I would like to think that these are big landmarks, right? This right here is very important. First landmark would probably be line of action, then head, torso, pelvis. I feel like the next landmark would be, for me personally, now every artist is different and works different, but for me personally, it's the end of the knees. So I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. And we're going to go in, and since this character's a little tilted, we're tilting that right there as well. And we've split this box in half, and we're going to go in and establish this first leg right here. That's the knee right there. And then we're going to establish, since we have we have this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. But we have to remember that this is tilted. Let's tilt that one a little bit so we know somewhere this is where the feet are going to be placed. These two little circles right here. So let's go down, and then we get our shin bone, which the shin bone is actually curved. If we were to take a look at the shin bone, it's not exactly like a straight line, it's actually a curved line. And that's kind of like another weird little landmark. And then when you curve it like that, you can build it up from that. Now there is something in Bridgman where he starts talking about when he builds his figures up, he likes to establish the legs first. And I think that might be from marble sculpting, because if we were to, this is actually another way we could think about marble sculpting as well, is that you have, marble sculpting is way different. Well, not way, it's actually, there's a lot of similarities from what we're doing right now as well. But the thing is that if we were sculpting on marble, imagine if we put a bunch of weight on this side right here, right? And we didn't have enough equaling weight over here, or we didn't have enough reinforcement right here, this leg would crack, and then the marble sculpture would go down, right? So these are kind of things to think about. We don't think about it that much because we actually have the benefit of this is just a drawing where we don't really have to think about that. But if we were to sculpt this in marble or something like that, that is kind of some physics we would have to think about. And that's kind of why I think Bridgman goes into talking about establishing the legs first, because we need to figure out is the weight of the legs able to bear all of this. So now what we're doing is we're just going to rough everything out in here now. Let's rough the arm out. So we're going to start with our deltoid, which the deltoid is built into 3 muscles. There is a front deltoid, there is a side deltoid, and then there's also a back deltoid. Now the back deltoid is interesting because that actually goes back and into the latissimus dorsi, which the latissimus dorsi actually is this muscle that goes all the way back here. And this is actually what gives a lot of bodybuilders that kind of like, they kind of look like a stingray right there, or a shark. And that the latissimus dorsi is a very, very big muscle that's behind the back. It actually wraps all the way behind the back and almost ends about right here on the back. It's a huge muscle. Then what we're doing is we're going into somewhat of the Andrew Loomis technique, where the Andrew Loomis technique, he starts using these arcs, right? So, thinking that this is the end of the deltoid right there, we can kind of establish that that might be where the end of the deltoid on that side would be. And then what we're going to do is we're going to establish our arms. We're going to establish our bicep. there's a tricep.
I think 3 or 4 renditions of it. So yeah, that's everything about.
I don't really know the muscles to the forearm. I do know the bones in the forearm muscle do go like this. And because the bones go like this, our arms are able to go like this. It's kind of hard to show right now on camera, but the bones in the forearm actually go like this. And imagine if there's a hand right here, they actually kind of like twist like that a little bit. I think it's something like if we were to look at an X-ray, there's like one bone that goes like down like that, and then there's another bone that goes like that, or something like that. I might be wrong, or I might be messing that up. I think there's something like, or yeah, and then the muscles like kind of go on top of that. But I don't remember fully. Okay, what am I doing here? That was confusing. Take that with a grain of salt. I actually don't know I don't know exactly if that's correct. I think I actually got that wrong. But anyway. So let's establish the hand. The hand we're thinking about as just blocks of shape at the moment. Let's see if we can put this. The staff in here. I think it might all fit in here, everybody. So then we're going to do it on this side. Let's see if we can draw through the forms. So we have the deltoid. We're going to go bicep. We're going to go into the kind of arcing, thinking that that's kind of where the elbow is. Thinking that, okay, we're somewhere right over here. Quickly just roughing this in. I don't know exactly how we're going to do it. And then we're going to establish our book, and then there's another commercial that messed me up.
But after hearing about this $10 shorts deal,
Was that the video? I didn't even watch it. I've been like totally focused. I actually kind of dig the King Ram stuff because when they start talking, they definitely, it's kind of cool seeing how they build all this stuff up. Wow, there's a lot of actually videos that I have not actually seen. Interesting. Huh. Maybe pick one that I have not seen. Let's watch this one.
Alright, so Corey's got a big. Whoa, dude, chill. He's got a big wishbone. Alright.
Which in some sense, I guess these guys would be considered carpenters, right? Since they're working with wood.
Who gets the happy piece? Okay, both go in.
Okay. So,
Make a well-placed flat bar out of wood. Which you might think, oh my gosh, how?
we're going
How are you
to fit
doing
this
that?
book in
Or
here.
I would think, why? Why would you do that? Because not everybody has a welder at home, right? Or not everybody has access to a welder.
Yeah, the sword that's going to
I don't
come
know, I
out.
just like was thinking back to when I was a little kid and I was like wanting to learn how to skate a flat bar. And at the time, nobody sold flat bars. Back in the 90s. This was before the element rail. Yeah, like pre-element rail. You couldn't
And
buy
then we're roughing out the bike real quick just to figure out.
2x4s together. And then I found this like piece of metal that was like 3 inches wide and I just drove it to the top. It would tip
Something like
over and
that.
stuff, but like that was my
But we're going to focus on the character now.
I just want to make this video for anybody
So now what we're doing is we are going to be going into our second layer.
who wants to have a flat
We
bar.
have established a lot of this. One thing we are actually going to do is we're going to take these proportions and just kind of just like, so we don't forget them, we're just going to roughly just kind of just put them right here on the side, just so we can remember where we're at, which I actually got that one wrong.
Maybe the metal on top. Hopefully you find it, it's free. Or even if you buy it, it's going to be like $4 or $5 a foot. So say you make it 6 foot long. You know, you're in like $30 or $40. Yeah. Yeah. So that's Newsbury money. Tons of 2x4s here. Yep. And we have like miscellaneous metal left over from old events and things like that. So
Okie dokie.
we got some metal.
So now let's play
Long wood.
the RPG game. Which the RPG game we're playing is BMX Bible Adventures.
Oh, are you? I think I might want to do some. Okay. I got like a factory seconds pile of 2x4s that are just like have shitty edges and like wanes and imperfections in them.
Okay, let's see this. So we're just gonna send it. Now this head is actually a little. We can maybe push the head up. I don't know. Maybe should we have the head right there? I kind of want to maybe push the head just a little bit more in the middle.
Those aren't new. These are new. Oh, they had mold on them, so we didn't want to send mold. Oh, well, let's use them then. If you're not gonna. Yeah.
I think that looks a little bit more
Yeah, these look fine.
in the middle. Yeah, it was a little off to the side. It almost kind of looked like it was like. Alrighty, everybody. So now we're just going to send it with this pencil. One thing I want to... Oh my goodness, these commercials mess me up. Okay, anyway. So one thing I do want to say about these pencils is you don't want to really dig into these because we're trying to rough it out. Because the thing is if I were to really push hard on this pencil, on that piece, on that pencil lead right there, and I try to erase it after it has that on top, sometimes you can't erase it all the way. So try and use this pencil somewhat sparingly. Well, that's what I'm trying to do. I mean, I guess you could do whatever you want, honestly, but that's kind of what I've been doing lately. So let's just build it up again, which is it's kind of a good way to kind of reestablish our construction, right? So we're kind of just re-establishing our construction layer by thinking about the line of action, which is the spine of the figure, the 3 immovable masses, the torso, the pelvis. Let's split the pelvis in half. Now there is 2 muscles. I know there's a muscle that goes up right there. I don't know exactly what it's called, but I do know that there is a muscle right in there somewhere.
Yeah, I think 12 is good. I think the perfect height of like obstacles across the board is like.
So let's go down. Let's hit the shin bone.
That's the sweet spot. So we have to keep in mind like.
That's the knee. We're gonna think about the heel. Which does anybody know who? This is some weird Bible trivia. Who was the one grabbing the heel?
Do they have to be at the end like that? Because this
Jacob.
is a 6-foot flat bar. We don't need to skate half of this flat bar. I say we put the bases like one here and one here. Well, we don't want to go too far in because then we're gonna have maps. Will it? Okay, so like here and like here. Yeah. That way.
Okay, let's hit the deltoid.
I'm good with that. If you do too much in,
Bicep.
it's gonna start bouncing. That might be kind of cool, naughty effect though. Should we give it some flavor and like give it like diagonals? What do you mean? So okay, say this is the
Head out, gotta catch some Z's.
always do this.
Have a good one, Bambina. Remember, you guys do not need to be watching these streams. I'm just practicing right here. But thank you for even taking the time to even watch. I really do appreciate the time that you guys are. It's crazy that people even want to watch these streams. I feel like my streams are really boring, but I'm just practicing here. Okay, so we're going in here.
Leftover cut off pieces of 2x4s and cut stuff, and I don't know, they're too short to really do anything with, but sometimes stuff like this comes in handy, so we keep a stack here.
I'm gonna put our shepherd staff.
On that to make our rail 12 inches tall, we needed these to be 6.5, and I just so happened to find 2 that are perfectly 6.5. Is that crazy? Is it stupid? I mean, I don't think it's crazy. Is it unnecessary work is the question. It is. Alright, let's do it. That's what I wanted.
Okay.
Oh yeah. It is gonna look pretty neat. Right? How is it? Is that the last one, dude? I actually like that. I think I like that the best.
Making some good time though. Let's keep going. Okay. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to clean this up. I'm just gonna straight up just erase all of this right now from the first pencil layer. Which maybe I should start. I'm gonna actually have to buy another eraser. Maybe I should buy like a big eraser so it takes less time. And do this stuff.
Yeah, because these aren't really taking like a whole bunch of force. You don't think? But they are if you're leaning into the rail. But it's gonna be biting from both directions. I think this is fine. Okay. I mean, that's good enough.
Okay, so from here we're going to. Zoom this in. Trying to get this portrait.
Also, I like how the legs don't really stick out that far at all, so you could, like, theoretically, if you want to skate 3/4 of the rail, you still can.
Oh yeah? It was like, dear old phone, I think it's time we part ways, etc., etc.
Yeah, there's a lot of commercials up on here, huh? Holy chabango. Okay, everybody, let's stay focused, let's stay focused, let's stay focused.
Pretty much this, yeah. So, like, if you're seeing this many, I'm not forgetting that this idea originated from you. Just kind of, it's had a resurgence in my brain. But if we ever do...
Okay, so we're going to start with this portrait. Let's think about the portrait as a block.
This is a skater-owned and operated place. One, you got to pay for the building. Two, you got to pay for the equipment. Three, you got to pay for everyone that works here. And also, they're all skateboarders. And there might be times where things aren't selling well, right? Right. So I have all this overhead, and I have to make X amount of dollars to keep this place afloat. There's months where that doesn't happen, and we're like, oh, cool. After everything all said and done, usually those slow times are like spring. Kind of now, actually. It's like the first quarter of the year, and then also the fall. So when those times for stuff like this, it's like we got nothing to hide. We don't have any like secret Krabby Patty recipe.
Right.
We're gonna tell you everything we know,
Right.
and hopefully inspire you to want to build your own thing.
Someone has killed a Jedi. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, so
You know, I actually kind of put some like leaves and stuff.
Oh, it's such a weird angle. Yeah. Oh, dude, a little split. That's okay. Don't do it. I always wanted to, like, see that little hairline? Oh, yeah. It wants to. Okay, here we'll put the two side by side. Like that, right on top of the 2x4. And that'll be our flat bar.
And they already got holes in them too.
Yeah.
Countersunk at all.
Yeah. So if you want to make your own wooden weltless flat bar like we are, you can literally use anything. Like you can put angle iron on the edges, right?
Which that would probably be the
Or
easiest.
you can get flat steel. They sell like steel, like 2, 3, 4.
Oh,
You
yeah.
just get a flat piece of steel that's like a 1/4 inch thick, and just screw flat steel to it. It's super easy.
Oh, that pisses me off, dude.
I don't like it.
Well, we don't have any other options.
What if we just get rid of the uprights on the end?
Should I do a character like this? This guy looks gnarly.
Make sure you measure everything first.
Because the guy that owns the fucking ramp company can't.
Well, we'll just do it. We'll just do a gnarly dude, I guess.
I'm an idiot, and I assumed they were 6 foot, which they were 6 foot, but the ends were cut at 45. So technically now our rail is only 69 inches long.
That's the perfect
So
number.
just cut this off. Yes.
Let me think. Should we do a character like that, or should we redo it? I feel like we could redo it and make it more happy.
I don't think I sanded all the wax off. Whatever you put over.
Should we go with this one or no? That's the question.
Now you have it. Wooden flat bar.
Let's see what it looks like a little bit more out. This guy's gonna be kind of gnarly. Oh man. I guess let's just quickly just see what it would look like with the cloak.
Dry, it like makes the slide. But how do you feel about the width? I mean, I'm not a square guy, so I mean, but it's fun for like what it is, you know. Like if I had this in my driveway, it'd be stoked. Yeah. The width is cool because
Redo it. We'll redo it. We'll redo it. We'll redo it.
it serves like a. It's not like
Yeah. Let's just go over again.
because like the pitch is more.
We might even just put a helmet. Maybe make it like the Shepherd Knight again. No, we already did one like a Shepherd Knight, huh?
But that kind of makes it fun, and I think that will make it better for like learning stuff and like discovering pitch.
Yeah, let's redo it. Let's just redo it. Let's see if we can find another character.
Nice.
It's in here somewhere, man.
Whatever, it's fine. Right?
Yeah, I guess.
What else?
No, that's fine.
Dude, what shit?
Alright, video's over. Bye.
Shop Best Buy for deals on all the tech for back to school.
see if we can find a different character. The guy like seemed kind of angry, so.
Roller coaster ride-on grind thing, but we made it narrow enough that you could board slide it. I had somebody reach out for an event that was like, hey, I want a feature for kids to just, he's like, I want kind of like a quick little pump section. And I was like, oh, that thing we made before is kind of perfect. Yeah. So I took it apart, put new ribs, and put a skate light on it. And so now it's sort of this like roll-on feature where you can like do tricks out of the kicker. And you can grind the front side through. Yeah, and then so made it wider, added coping on the other side, and to see what kind of tricks we can do on it. We can like do stuff with it here. Like I want to put it up to this rail. Yeah, that would be really sick. But I just kind of want to skate it, feel it out, and then get all your guys' perspective on what you think of it, and if we should make something along these lines or not. Damn. Dude, it actually works really well. You really are like a boost out of transition guy. That was nice because that initial like tempo gave me all this extra speed, and I was like, ooh. Yeah, no, you went pretty high out of it. The only thing I would change, like design-wise, if it kept going a little more. Like imagine if this went to like here. More flat, yeah. That's nice. Because it's so quick to where like I think all I could really do is like maybe some grabs or maybe like a 180. I mean, I know a guy who could like build something like that. I'm gonna do like 2 or 3 more of those so you can like snap it a little higher. Okay. That one was like more distance than up. Yeah, but it was sick. It's a good angle. Nice. That was it. Wow. Like that? That was pretty high, dude. I want to just play around with an impossible. Okay. I'm not claiming it, but it sounds like you're claiming it, so do it. It feels like that's the only thing that would work. Like I don't know if I could set up fast enough to like kickflip, tray flip, but I think. Oh, I just got an idea. Like ollie into the hump. Yeah. That'd be sick. That'll work easy. You got. Yeah.
Yeah, this character's hard. Trying to make it not look angry. How do we do it? How do we make it not look angry?
I want another angle. That was really good. Oh, that was cozy. 180 out? I want to see a shove. I want to see a back 50 ride on. Okay. It looked like such a little kid trick. There you go. Yeah. I'm actually kind of liking this part. And it's good ground. I mean, it's kind of like pitted a little bit, like the old basketball court fell off, but we're used to putting in the flat bar. Oh, you're right. Old Silverado flat bar. Okay, that's what's happening. Dude, I like skate parks because it's like, it lowers the seriousness of skating. Like, that's why I love Silverado, because it was such a, like, from the outside looking in, junk skate park. But it's so fun. It almost makes you feel like you're skating street. Yeah. In a way, right? You feel like you're a little kid skating like the shitty ramps in your driveway. Yeah. Flick? Alright, let's see it. Oh. What happened there? That's nice. Oh. Like, basically do that, but grind? Yeah. I think I can do that. You got it. So chill. Oh. That's kind of weird.
this character's hard. We're redoing it. Okay. Good thing we have the underlayer so we can just keep trying to figure out what we're trying to do here.
Damn, that was good. Oh, no. A little better. No, that was perfect. I want to, like, shoot out, like, not pop, but at least feel that effect. That was it. Okay, so I have this idea. That would be perfect to, like, put that up to the end of the flat bar. And kind of ride on to the end. Or you can even slap the grind on to continue grinding on. Yeah. I think we could, like, start with just centering it, right? And then roll on it's such a good spot. Like, it'll be nice that it has that little nub. Yeah. Kind of nervous. You got the first one? Whoa! Alright, fine. I think I just had to get it out of the way. Yeah. I'm scared to do that. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, no way, just casually gonna all into it. A little scary. That looks a little scary. Yeah, that's sick. Funny too, because this stuff is usually more scary. True. But we're so trained to be like, stair, ledge, handrail. Yeah. As soon as something's a little unconventional. Yeah, it gets scary. Dude, that was perfect. What? Oh, that's nice. It's so casual. Oh, it's all hillside? Yeah. Yeah. Wise guy, huh? Jesus, alright, yeah, do it. It's probably gonna work right away. Dude, it's crazy how good of a session that we've had on this so far. I really thought we were just gonna like, fuck, I hope we get a video. I thought we were gonna maybe like 3 tricks out of it, and then like each do 2 or 3 ride-on grinds. Yeah. I thought that was gonna be it. But this is a whole nother world right here. Yeah. Over a little bit, or no, that's probably good because we want the pinch to be on the heels.
It's weird how like the subtlest little line just changes so much about a character.
There it is. Oh, shit. Oh, it's a little bit different. That was awesome reflex though. It's different. Definitely a lot harder than just rolling on. It kind of feels like, you know how you were struggling with the ride-on grind and kickflip? Yeah. You wanted to set up for the kickflip grind? It's kind of like that. I'm like, oh, I need to like adjust my feet to get ready to grind the rail. Right. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Alright, dude, I'm done. Yeah. I got shit to do at the shop. Yeah. Any last words? Let us know what you think about this thing. Should we make a variation of it? To sell? Yeah. Dude, it's so fun. It's really fun. It's a really good driveway ramp. We're gonna do one too here. I really like the idea of like, I'm gonna talk to Mike and like see if he can talk to the city and see if we can start making this kind of DIY-ish. Yeah. You know, like let's put the flat bar in, dude. Yeah, we'll start with that flat bar. But yeah. Till next time.
This is good background noise. While we trying to figure out this character.
Feeling slapsticky today. We got 4 sitting around from rentals, black ones, and then those 2 blue ones. I noticed we got some diamond grind in. It comes in 21-foot lengths, which is standard for pipe. I was like, oh shit, we have 16 feet worth of slapstick just sitting in the driveway. Why don't we just take the coping out and put that in?
Make a super long slapstick?
Yeah. And then we can like remove some if we don't want to go the whole way, you know?
Yeah.
Like we can just put 1 or 2, sit on the grind.
Have a channel?
Yeah, have like a channel, dip the smith, go back up.
Yeah.
We can keep 1 in long on the side.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Or we can make literally a 16-foot wall of transition.
exactly. Let's start with all 4,
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
and then maybe we're like taking some away or sliding some down.
Yeah, well, we can like do a challenge where we like remove 1 at a time. Yeah. Damn, this looks cool.
Like a snake.
Yeah. So Corey's gonna remove all of this coping and put the 21-foot diamond grind right there along all of them. Can you know? That looks really awkward.
It's also really heavy.
Is it?
I almost kind of want to like put a helmet on this guy. That might be kind of weird.
Maybe we don't even screw it.
We literally might not need to. Look, it's not going anywhere, dude. What do you think? We need to screw it in or what? Okay. Wow.
So nice, like I've never had that much control on like crosswalk or even field side. It's kind of just like whatever I get, I get.
Yeah.
But on this, I have enough time to like sit into it, pinch it, feel it, wiggle around. Like, oh, that's what that is. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. It's good for that. It's good for practicing fits.
Yeah.
Especially since it's longer too. You know, you really get the feel of like what it feels like to hold it.
Exactly. Very like it feels like the perfect like training ground.
Mm-hmm.
Dangerous pinch.
There we go. Yeah.
So good. You going back 5 already? Damn, you crazy. Yeah. Go crazy. Let's have a 5-0.
Trying to make him not look too threatening.
Go backside. Who can do the most?
That's kind of trying to go for, but that was really
Solid
working.
12 feet. You perfectly did 1, 2, 3 of them. Did I? Yeah. I want to go off the end of the bar though. You like got on right here, and then you
Like that's where I started grinding.
yeah, and then you exited right at the end.
Okay.
So
Yeah. Nice.
12 feet. It's another 12 footer. Whoa, good save. Yeah. So I just got to be 12 feet.
Yeah. How much is that? Like?
That's another 2 feet. So
Really? Yeah.
we got like 2 feet sticking out on this side, and then like maybe 2.5 on this side.
Oh, you got that easy. You got it easy.
Like Matt Mumford.
Yeah. Kill it!
Alright, so that was what? 12 plus like another 2? 14?
Kind of want to put wings on this dude.
6 inches or so.
Okay, we'll call it 13.9.
Yeah. 13 then.
Alright, next one.
Next one.
You can grind.
No, we're gonna put the ravens. So
You're going first. You're already on your board.
Like, do we make it so where you got the ollie in? Or do we make it to where we slide the first one up? And then there's like
So you enter.
yeah.
I think that's gonna be
Is this what we're going with? I guess we are. I think I might keep this one.
Alright, you win!
Keep somebody's construction lines just a tad.
That was crazy. Are you good? That was crazy. Come on, you're right there. There we go. Nice. I think the banks make it a little intimidating, honestly. Yeah, because you want to rely on them, and you're like, no.
How do you draw a character that does not look threatening? That's kind of
Put one at one end and one at the other. One and one? Yeah. Put one down here and one down there.
I guess we could put a bunch of like holes and patches in this robe thing.
We'll see what it's like.
All right, we're committing to this one. I'm just gonna straight up just commit to this. We're committing to this head, everybody.
Is it kind of scary?
Oh, no, going back now.
Oh.
Is your business drowning in paperwork? With smart buying tools from Amazon Business, you can focus on what you do best. Amazon Business, your partner for smart business buying.
I haven't done a character with like a gnarly mustache like that. I guess. Oh well, I guess this is gonna be just mustache day. I guess.
Yeah. Nice. Right? It's like a little bit of a mind fuck. Thinking like, oh, no, they're gonna hit. I think my wheels definitely hit a little bit. A tiny bit. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Comfy. You want to take one out? Yeah. Oh, shit. Alright, so we got 8 foot of slapstick here. You're on for 8 feet. And then, what, 9 foot gap? Yeah. First go. You got a 5-0?
I kind of want to make him look like an old knight or something. I don't know how. I mean, I feel like some.
Oh my god, I forgot. Nice. One more of those to just get comfy. And then I want to try, like, a dip down. Okay. I think for you, frontside,
We could put a shoulder pad right there. Maybe that would make him look like kind of like an old knight.
where it's like forward that way, weight this way. Yeah. And that's
I
going to
don't
be
know.
harder to get for me, backside. Okay. Is that weird?
It is strange seeing the ones that people like and then the ones that people don't like. I might post them.
Oh! Dude, that's sick. Dude, it's right there. Don't think about popping in. Think about just going back up to 50. Nice! Yeah? Hell yeah. Yeah. You were like trying to like pop out like some kind of street rail. Damn. I kind of want to remove one. Really? You want to go just like 1-to-1? I mean, it's like more worth it, I think. Okay. Like this is kind of like, I don't want to work for this and then land this and then have to work for the other one. I'd rather just work for this. Okay. You know what I mean? That feels so sick, dude. Yeah, you like dipped down and then lifted and then shot out. Yeah, that look comfy. Damn, you got
I guess
that.
we'll just keep it.
You definitely got that.
I got a trick. Yeah, for sure. I mean, very satisfying. Well, you feel accomplished. You got this whole like gap. It's kind of, we're playing like the floor is lava basically, you know.
But yeah, this is just like our normal 4-foot slapstick. We pop the coping out, and we put a 21-foot pipe in it. I know not everybody has access to 21-foot pipes of diamond grind.
I mean, you could just go to Home Depot and get something probably, right?
This one is not working out. Oh well.
Just be like, give me a full stick.
Yeah.
They probably offer delivery.
So if you have slapstick,
If you're poor and you want to do what we did, you can very easily.
Right.
If you want a 21-foot,
Read this far in.
we can send it to you.
yeah, that's true.
You know, just email us and be like, hey, I actually want that.
Yeah.
Like, shipping's a little pricey because it's 21 feet long. But
Yeah. It's long, dude.
why am I so scared?
Because it's long.
Okay.
There we go. Dude.
We could put, instead of the bike thing, this is looking older looking. Maybe we could put like a wagon thing.
Are you okay? Holy shit, you almost did the whole thing.
Oh, my weight was just that way.
Yeah. Fuck it, you got one. Yes! How you feeling?
I'm dust.
Yeah,
That knowledge goes down to kick my ass.
yeah, you got pretty worked on this.
Yeah.
You came, I screenshotted it. You came this close. Like that close.
Saved my hand.
Yeah. Like your nose was this close to the ground.
I think my like facial hair touched the floor.
Really?
It's like so close. Just wanted to share that. So we sell these in 4-foot sections on the website. There's a 4-foot and an 8-foot model. The 8-foot's basically just two of these. The coping is all beveled, so that if you do put multiple ones together and you just stitch the plies on the ends, you're basically grinding over two like beveled valleys of metal. So
I wonder if I could just put a cloak on this guy too.
it would totally grind the truck. So if you wanted to buy 4 of these and have a 16-foot long slapstick, you can.
It's possible.
Yeah. I mean, like, we could drop all these in and then just put like 2 or 3 screws where all the connection points are, and it would be exactly like what we just skated minus the diamond grind.
Right.
But yeah, click the link in the not the bio, that's Instagram.
Description.
Click the link in the description, and Dale's gonna have a link to the slapstick on our website.
Yes, sir. Go.
All right.
Let's change this. Let's listen to music now. We're burnt out of Keen Ramp watching now.
Welcome to Sapphire Lounge by the Club.
We're putting a bike. I was like, should I just put a little trailer thing? Nah. The bike's gonna be so weird on this. Oh, screw it. Just think about it as a BMX RPG game. That's so funny. There's just a bike right here. It's just hilarious. What in the... I kind of feel like this guy doesn't look too threatening. I mean... Kind of funny is it actually looks like this one dude that is actually a flatland rider. There's a video that came out. No, it's so funny. Now it's like I look back at it. It actually looks like this one dude. It's kind of funny. You know what? Maybe that'll be a little Easter egg. That's gonna be hilarious. Hard to do that. Yeah, like a knotted beard thing. I want to like somehow put armor on this guy. I just don't know how I'm going to do that. I mean, I guess I could just put a... I mean, I'm wondering what happens if I just put a shoulder pad right there. Would that be cheesy? Would that work? No, I haven't really done just like straight, just like robe in a while. I guess the last shepherd we did was kind of like a night shepherd. This is more like just straight, just like this is just like straight, just spellcaster. We don't do too many of these ones, honestly. So maybe instead of these, I do kind of want to put the leaf pack. Maybe we can add both of these in here. Let's try, I do want to try and add a leaf pack in here because the leaf packs are fun. I actually really like this song too. This song, this video, this BMX video. Kind of wondering if I could add different. I always do the leaf pack. We'll just do the leaf pack again. Maybe we don't have to do the leaf pack. Could do a different pack. But the leaf pack does look cool. It's just like a little bag. Yeah, leaf pack. Leaf packs are cool. I feel like the leaf pack really, I think it's like kind of more like nature-ish. Well, it's kind of starting to come together. I'm still thinking, should we do the shoulder pad? No, I said I wasn't going to do it. I guess we could put some bracelets on this guy, maybe. Yeah, I guess we were trying that earlier. Bracelet armor. I think I messed this up. I think that should be more like that. I guess I'll put like some tag like this in case tried to patch this stuff up. Yeah, this character's kind of cringy, but walk around some food in here. Food. Food.
be kind of cool to put like a lion shoulder pad. Yeah, we actually might put a shoulder pad on this dude. Let's just experiment. We still can't experiment. The shoulder pad's gonna work, dude. It's kind of strange how much that just changes the whole vibe of the character. I think we're gonna go just normal. Just the cloth wear. I don't know about the shoulder pad. Can't just straight camel hair cloak, I guess. Shoulder pad's kind of cheesy. crazy spot right there. Yeah, we're struggling with this character. Oh, we're going with it. Darn, for some reason this character's been challenging, man. I don't know why. Wow, that was a crazy clip right there. Wow. Dude, like bump jump bar out of that thing. Right here. Wow, dude, that was crazy. Did he bump jump bar out of that thing? I'm pretty sure he did. Oh, that's a cool clip. Right here, this clip right here. Let's see, does he bump jump bar? Dude, he does bump jump. Oh no, he does. Wow. Dude, that clip was crazy right there, dude. That dude straight up ice picked, bump jumped out on that little thing right there, and then bar spinned out. I was like, did that dude really just do that? Let's watch it again. What's up, Dino? Dino Chicken Nugs, thank you for stopping by. I'm struggling today on this character. Right here, this clip right here, I think. No, not this one. This one right here. Check this clip out. It's a very interesting clip. This guy does an ice pick, bump jump at the end, bar spin. He bump jumps this little thing right here. Yep, he hits it. That's so crazy, bro. 2 bar spin with a backpack on? Dude, that dude has a backpack on. Wow, dude, that was a cool clip right there. I really like that. That was really, really cool, actually. Man, this video is amazing. Just all the spots are so gnarly, dude. Like, dude, every spot is different. Look at this. Like,
Man, that's really, really cool when they do that. Wow, that dude just bump jump barred that. Wow, look at that rail, dude. How do you find a rail like that? It's crazy. Some of these spots, dude, I have not seen anybody else hit some of these spots. Even like skateboarders. Very interesting. Man, this character's hard. I'm struggling trying to finish this thing. You know what? We're going to maybe put... You know what? I need to just start just committing right now. We're committing to a lot of this. Because I keep like going, should I do this? Should I do this? Should I do this? I just need to straight up just commit to stuff now. I'm like not committing. I'm just scratching it around. You got a little beard thing. Just got to commit. I think that's what's been messing me up. I keep going, no, I don't want to do it. I want to do it. I don't want to do it. I want to do it. Or just like, no, I got to just like full on, just come on. I'm running out of time. Hope you're doing good, Dino. I think we're going to put the little crosses down right there too. This is supposed to be a camel hair cloak. Oops, kind of went a little hard with that line right there. Holy moly, this character was Charles. So weird. This guy looks so easy to draw, but it's like this one was hard, man. Holy moly. You know what? He's gonna have a bunch of like bookmarks and stuff. This guy has a well-read Bible. He's just gonna have like bookmarks and bookmarks and bookmarks everywhere. I guess that's the weird thing about like drawing. Sometimes it's like you really kind of have to commit with some of this stuff, you know? It's like that's a strange element of like when do you commit, when do you not commit?
feel like that was the challenge for today's character. Trying to figure out how to commit to this stuff. It doesn't seem like I'm kind of scared to commit to some of these lines. It's starting to come to a little bit of a fruition now. Let's change the music. I'm gonna get another drink. And man, these trains have been long. Holy chabunga. Let's go to which zone should we go to? Let's go to, I guess we haven't been to this one in a while. Oh, it's weird. Oh, let's go to this one.
Somebody's out of Buffalo wings. Number 2 NFL draft picks to chase.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get another drink. Okay, let's do this. We gotta finish this thing. We gotta finish these things. We're this far in. We're just gonna have to go with it, even this, though it might be a little cringy. Man, these spots are... I'm a little bit more distracted because I'm like watching these spots. I'm like, dude. Isn't that crazy? Look at all these spots. Dude, they have searched the cities, dude. You guys want to see some guys that have seen some things in the city streets? Gnarly homeless. Dude, I bet some of these guys have seen more homeless people than a lot of people even, you know, even to the untrained eye, you know. These guys have seen some things out there, man. Strange things, man. Very strange things. Man, this guy always puts like the rain ambience in it. Let me see if I can find it without the rain ambience. Why are you always putting the rain ambience on it, man? It makes no sense.
This is a pay bar with tons of peanuts and caramel to get the job done. So you can think of it as...
We're just going to listen to this audience. Okay, let's stay focused, everybody. I think I'm going to put like some... I think maybe the staff will like crack it a little bit, so he's gonna... There's a little cross right there.
I'm gonna be honest, I haven't done that before, so I guess if there's anything that's kind of new. This guy's gonna be an interesting character right here, because like this guy's actually gonna have chainmail underneath his clothing armor, or his camel hair cloak. It's like chainmail. Why does this character have chainmail underneath his camel hair cloak? Intriguing. Oh, this character's getting too detail-y. I gotta redo that. Maybe I shouldn't do that chainmail. I'm just getting a little getting overburdened now. Shouldn't do that. Your character is becoming over-encumbered. Which it doesn't make sense he would be over-encumbered because he's just having that camel hair look. Well, man, this character is a trip, though. I'm gonna be honest. I know this character seems kind of bland and boring, but this one was hard. This one is actually oh man, I know it's challenging, dude. I literally drew that 10 times right up in there, dude. I still don't like that right there. I feel like I still messed it up, but. These folds are very challenging right there. that was a crazy clip right there. He did that on a very skinny ledge. Wow, that was really crazy. That dude literally just did a downside whip on such like a 1 foot, maybe a foot and maybe 2 foot bank. Man, this guy's a big old rail dude, huh? Just long grinds, man. Holy moly, dude. Dang, bro. Dude, some guys are just good at just freaking grinding, man. I'm gonna be honest, I feel like I was never good at grinds on pegs. I guess you just gotta keep doing it. I actually would ride the ledge in the garage a lot more, it's just it makes a lot of noise. Holy moly, he almost ate it on that clip right there. He almost like speed wobbled and almost just hit one of the little things. I'm surprised he probably, that was a scary clip. He's probably like, I'm not gonna do that again. He's probably like, that was sketchy, I'm not doing that again. Man, this dude is still riding, bro. Everybody, take note of this guy. This guy is a testament of the longevity of this guy because, man, this guy's been riding for a long time. And he's still shredding it. I think this guy actually, he works at a bike shop. Which maybe that's the longevity. I mean, I think he does work at a bike shop, so I think he kind of, wow, that was a crazy clip right there. He was always kind of in it, you know? Because, I mean, I'm assuming if you work at a bike shop, dude, like, you're going to probably be riding at least a little bit, you know, even if you're not riding every single day. Like, wow, that was a cool clip right there, dude. Let me look at that one again. Dude, look at that, dude. That is cool. What the? How do you find a spot like that, bro? Dude, that is gnarly. Dude, that's like a thread the needle fakey wall ride. Dude, that was my favorite clip, Tyrone. I mean, you already seen this. That was cool. Just the architecture alone, I think that's... Man, look at that spot. What the... I really do like seeing the architecture. I think that... I feel like in some weird level, I think some street riders are almost like architecture connoisseurs. Alright, let's stay focused. I've totally just digressed from what I was even doing. I think that's why this character's been taking me so long, too. Yeah, we're gonna draw a sword up in here. But we're also gonna put a heart in it, too. Is this just straight up this is like full on ambience, even with the game sounds. I'm pretty sure they used impact font right there. Well, I think we're about done with this character. I think we can work on the bike now. Man, I wish I never tore my ACL, man. Man, that character took a long time. Holy moly, this one was a battle, dude. Doesn't seem like it was a battle, but this one actually was a battle. It did not come easy. Some of them actually are really easy, like the last character we did was actually very, very easy to do. That one was very smooth. This one is just straight. This is a struggle. And I think we're gonna ride the bike, or I mean not ride the bike, draw the bike. I do want to have some inspirations for this bike, so let's see here. This was 3 days ago? Where's this bike at? It actually looked like this guy. It's so funny. I'm gonna be honest, I watched this video earlier and now I see this character, I'm like, what the? It almost kind of looks like those guys in some weird way. Oh, this is funny. Okay, let me just get a look at this bike real quick. Okay, here we go. Alrighty, okay. The clues trace back. Let's go into BMX Streets. Anybody playing BMX Streets? We're drawing a BMX bike. BMX. There's 3 people in BMX Streets. Hopefully, I can be cool enough to be a part of the BMX Street scene. Okay, so we're drawing to basically 3. I guess we're just gonna be drawing just somewhat even because there is the cloak right here, so
there's not too much that we're drawing. Oh, wait, let's box that out, split that in half.
And let's change the music. This music is like really, really slow, isn't it? What other music is there?
So, I have an idea.
Let's go to this spot. Let's actually go to this spot. This must be weird. This is probably some weird music right here.
Man, this dude has some thick pegs. Yeah, that's probably what? That's probably what, a 35 millimeter stem? That has to be. Weird. This dude's running like 35 with like 25 mil offset fork, like normal forks. That's kind of bizarre. Just super low bars too. Oh, I think I made those bars a little bit too big. Darn. Dude, that bike is gnarly. How did they weld those tubes like that? It's so strange how he welded it like that. Just cleansing this up.
Oh, I do that trick a lot right there.
I gotta clean up this tape. Oh, shnikes. By the way, don't drop these pencils, because if you start dropping them, the lead breaks in the middle. So, not all the time does it break, but just a word of caution. Try not to drop these, because the lead breaks in the middle. Let's use our squirrel tail. We do have a new item. We have the squirrel tail brush. Harvested from, unfortunately, one of these squirrels that got hit by a car that I used to feed. It's really saddened, but... Wow, what was that? That was crazy. Is that Gabe Weed? I think that might... No, it's not Gabe Weed. I don't know who that is. Let's try this bike out. Usually, yeah. That's good.
keep messing that up? I guess we could think that the light source is coming down that way. Dang, Gabe Weed was in this video, bro. That's crazy. Gabe Weed was one of the first flatline riders I kind of met in some weird way. At Marina Pacifica. Long Beach. Matt Hoffman was in this video? It was crazy. Okay, let's change the music.
It's we had a heart-to-heart about our future.
Okay, let's do this. It's kind of cool, like, drawing the bike, because you can almost, like... It's almost like an extension of the character. It's almost like this. It's kind of funny, right? I like drawing the bikes because, like, even if we draw like a cloth wearer, you know, no fancy armor, you know, stuff like that. It's almost like we can kind of like have fun with the design, with the bike. Let's draw this now. Let's draw the raven. The raven. Dude, that was a cool clip. That was a big old quarter. That was like a freaking 12-foot quarter pipe right there. Is this not on... I thought this was on shuffle. I guess it's not. Big old raven right there. It's an Elijah raven. Pretty sure that dude's wearing a cross right there too. Like an Olympic racer. I forgot. That's actually why I put this video in there. What verse are we going to put in here? That's the question now, huh? Consider the ravens. That's NIV. That's ESV, wow. Luke 12:24. Yeah, I guess that will be kind of good because I'm trying to think about, this guy probably doesn't really care too much about his clothes. He's just patching it up and stuff. All right. I need some different music. I'm listening way too long. Let's see here. Let's see. Let's do raven sounds. Pretty sure this shouldn't be on, looks like you go talking to ravens. Talking to ravens. Whoa. Is this on copyright? Nope. What the? Dude, ravens are strange.
Hi. Hi. Good job. And sometimes he hears people who have a cold. Good job, Mr. Can you say hello? Hello. He's all excited. Hi. Good boy. Hello.
There's not really that many long videos on this.
Check out these deals of the week at Walgreens.
Okay, let's do Luke 12:24.
So,
We'll just do
you
a
might have
bunch
just
of
seen a herd of
items.
hello then. That is one of my ravens. People. Hello. You gonna say hi? Hi. There you go. So I just want you to come and meet one of my favourite birds that I own here. Hi. This is Fable. You can say hello. Hello. Unlike my other birds, she absolutely loves her own head tickle, which is what she's asking for here. A total show off today. It's the only place that I touch her, to be fair. I don't stroke any of her back feathers or anything like that. I think it's important for her condition that she keeps all the waterproofing on her feathers, so I don't overly stroke her. And to be honest, she's a little bit like a cat, you know, if something isn't sort of on her terms, you know, it's not happening. Hi. Hello. You're beautiful. Obviously I have my stupid bird voice, which I talk to her in, and she's a total show-off. I'm essentially her bonded partner, so she's a bit of a lose with me. Boop, 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 boop. Right, we better go in. She's about 2 years old now, and I've had her since she was a few weeks old. Boop, boop. She is probably one of my
Let's see,
favourite
Luke 12:24.
She's absolutely showing off for us. This bird, honestly, has been quite hard to film because she's actually quite superstitious. If ravens don't really trust you, or if they don't trust something new in the environment, they're not really a fan of it. So it's taken me a few months sort of to get used to things, especially cameras. The other problem we have with ravens is that they're really inquisitive. So if I'm holding something like this camera, I've got a big dead cat mic on the top of this. It's pretty much going to look like something for her fun to play with. So I'm surprised she hasn't already tried to land on the camera. There she is. Hi. I'm just going to switch the camera around. She's in a really good mood today. I don't quite know why. Hi. Boop, boop. Do we have some boops? Boop, boop. She just wants a head kiss.
Luke 12:24.
Wow. I've been teaching her so long to do that. That's one of the first
Consider the ravens.
Giving us a kiss as well. Fable is really funny. Ravens are quite interesting creatures, and they're a lot like parrots. You know, they can mimic quite a range of stuff. Yeah. Funnily enough, you can spend months saying stuff at them, boop, boop, but they don't tend to say what you want them to say when that you want them to say it. So I've been saying wow at Fable for about 3 months, and it's only just taken last week before she decided to say it. Hi. But hi and hello were the first.
Ravens, 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 ravens. Consider the ravens. What does consider mean? Let's look that word. I'm actually curious. What does consider even mean? Is it just to keep in mind? Consider definition. Bible. Wow, crazy. Inspecting, examining, giving serious thoughts to. It often means a little more than see. To attend to or relieve. Let's see, consider. What does consider mean? It's the AB 1611. To consider, to view attentively, to sit by, to sit. The literal sense is to set mind or eye to, hence to view or examine with attention. To fix the mind on, with a view to careful examination. To think on with care, to ponder, to study, to meditate on. Know therefore this day to consider it in thy heart. Hast thou considered thy servant Job? Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. To view attentively, to observe, to examine. Interesting. Wow, dude, this is crazy. That goes way deep, dude. So we're actually probably going to have to start looking deeper into the ravens, man. What was this going to say?
Hi everyone, it's Liam here from A Shot of Wildlife, and in this video I'm going to tell you almost everything you need to know about the raven.
Almost everything you need
Out
to
of all
know.
the crow family, the common raven is probably the most well known. They're the largest member, with a wingspan of 120 to 150 centimetres, and weighing from 800 to 1,500 grams. That's 4 to 5 feet, and 1.7 to 3.3 pounds. They're glossy black over their entire bodies, and have large, powerful black beaks. They're extremely acrobatic in the air, and when flying, they display a diamond-shaped tail. One bird was even recorded travelling for more than half a mile whilst flying upside down. Ravens are very intelligent, and just like the other corvids I've made videos about, this means that they are very adaptable in where they can live and what they can eat. They're found all across the northern hemisphere, including most of the North American continent, Europe, Russia and Asia. In the UK, their range extends from the north of Scotland to the south of England, all the way to the west coast of Wales and across Northern Ireland. They are also present in the east of England, but only in small, albeit gradually increasing numbers. Ravens can eke out a living in almost all habitats, from dense forests to open moorlands, uplands or lowland areas, and pretty much anything in between. The only habitat they don't seem to do too well in is densely populated urban areas. A raven's diet is extensive and varies throughout the year. They'll happily feed on berries, fruits, grains, crops and carrion, but they'll also prey on reptiles, amphibians, small mammals, fish and other species of birds, including their chicks and eggs. Ravens don't start nesting until they're 2 to 4 years old, but they can form non-breeding relationships from their first year onwards. Once a pair is formed, they'll claim a territory and defend it from all other ravens. Each pair will create a large bowl-shaped nest of sticks, twigs and roots, bound together with mud and bark, and then lined with softer materials such as feathers, wool and fur. This can be on a cliff edge, in the fork of a tree, or sometimes on buildings. From February onwards, depending on the weather, each female will lay between 3 and 7 brown, blotched, blue-coloured eggs. These measure just under 5 centimetres or 2 inches in length. The female incubates the eggs alone, whilst the male stands guard for 18 to 21 days. At first, the chicks are pink and they have their eyes closed. They're fed in the nest for around 40 days before they are ready to fledge, but the parental duties do not end there. The young birds may stay with their parents for 6 months after.
Yeah, this character is a gnarl. This one was a struggle to draw, but we finally got it done, kinda. It was kind of cringy, but might as well just put the other animals in here, kinda.
This makes them the first known non-primate animal to naturally use gesturing. They're also phenomenal mimics and use this to their advantage. They sometimes mimic wolves, foxes or vultures in order to get them to come to a dead animal.
Dang, that's pretty crazy.
Unable to get to the meat inside.
They'll mimic wolves and other animals? I did not know that.
People, copying entire sentences and mechanical noises. Here is one of the common calls for wild raven. Ravens are amazingly intelligent and have been shown to have abilities to problem solve that are almost unparalleled in the animal kingdom. Whereas a lot of other animals can learn through trial and error, ravens have been shown to not only learn from one another, but also to create solutions in their brains without trying things. This gives them a greater rate of success and wastes less time in learning. Captive ravens have also been shown
I just draw a bunch of little animals in here.
researchers who have done fairly in previous experiments. A flock of common ravens is known as an unkindness, and they have been associated with a lot of mythology and religions. In Christianity, it was a raven that was sent by Noah in order to find land. In the wild, ravens have an average lifespan of 10 to 15 years, with one ringed wild bird surviving to 22 years and 7 months of age. In captivity, they often survive for more than 40 years.
40 years? What the? I didn't know they lived that long.
If you enjoyed this video, you'll probably also like Best British Wildlife video. And once you've finished enjoying that, subscribe for more. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Today, in the PetSmart kitchen, we're combining Tiki Cat's born carnivore, grain-free, non-GMO dry cat food and toppers. I'm Trisha Seifert, and I'm known as the Cat Boss. I've been a professional animal and celebrity cat trainer for more than 25 years. My goal has always been to change how people...
Let's look up. I guess we're supposed to consider the ravens, so let's see here. Maybe we can listen to like things about the Bible. Man, this has been another 7-hour stream. Holy chabunga. Brutal. Let's just keep just listening to music. Okay, let's try and draw this sheep. Sheep, 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 sheep. Dude, that was crazy. That dude straight up just did a freaking bar spin no-hander lander, dude. That was pretty crazy. Man. Was not expecting to see that. Holy moly. Sheep, 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 sheep. Welcome everybody to BMX Bible Adventures, the RPG module where we hopefully try to make disciples of all nations and try giving God glory in all that we're doing. Something like that. Happy sheep, happy sheep. Happy sheep, happy sheep, happy sheep. Got a sheep. What the? Someone said something. Jimi Hendrix. Was Jimi Hendrix a believer? I don't know if he was or not, huh? Actually, I've never looked that up. I do like his rendition of All Along the Watchtower. All Along the Watchtower. What other songs were there? Doom, doom, doom. Man, I haven't listened to Jimi Hendrix in a while. Purple Haze. Purple haze all in my brain. Let me things, they don't seem the same. I got money, but I don't know why. Excuse me while I kiss the sky. Actually, crazy, I actually remember that. I am doing alright. This character was very, very challenging today, but we've made it over the hurdle. I was actually almost about to give up. I'm going to be honest, I almost gave up on this character. I was like, should I just keep going? This is like challenging. Oh yeah, Voodoo Child. Dude, have you seen Dogtown? Dude, the first song on the recent Dogtown movie, it's actually it's that Voodoo Child. I forgot how it goes though. How are you doing, man? How are you doing, Foo Love? See, this is the cool thing about Flatland BMX. They're riding in their little room. I think that's a kitchen, dude. They're gonna be riding in a little kitchen. This is the power of Flatland BMX right here, everybody. Look. Which I've actually been trying to learn that trick right there. Not too bad. That's good to hear, man. Glad to hear that. What have you been up to? You been playing chess? When are you gonna start streaming, bro? When you gonna start streaming, dude? Oh, you've been metal detecting. Holy moly, that's crazy. You know what I found? I mean, I guess this is an old item that I found. Look at this. What is this? Can you guess what this is? This is the new drawing item called the eraser cleaner. red hawk feather, which I could also use for that. And this is a crazy, like, crane feather or something. Wrong, it's fur. Actually, a squirrel tail. Unfortunately, this is actually from one of the squirrels I used to feed. Someone hit it with a car. It's terrible, man. I was so sad, man. And so I went out and harvested it because I know someone was just going to throw it away or something like that, you know, so. I went out, harvested it, and now I use it as a pencil, Have there been any verses you've been thinking about? Yeah, there's a bunch of them though, so I guess not too many of them, but I was saddened. Huh? What about you just keep them, because tomorrow you might go somewhere, because I might be asleep or something.
Okay.
Yeah, just hold on to them.
I'm gonna put them on the kitchen table.
All right.
That way, you know where they are.
Okay. I'll turn off the air conditioner just right after I stop the stream. Okay. Still not too sure about this drawing, though. This drawing's a little cringy, I'm going to be honest. This one, we have entered into the cringe level. I'm still on BMX trees. Maybe I should change this. Let's go back into art. Ah, screw it. We'll just keep it. We'll just keep it. Oh. Let's draw some more sheep back here. Sheep. No, maybe not. Fudge. Sheep are kind of hard to draw. Especially when there's... Oh man, I dropped that pencil again. Let's draw a little monkey or something right here. And all sorts of little critters. Yeah, I've been thinking of any verses. Supposed to be a little animal right there. 1 Peter chapter 3. One Peter chapter 3. What is that one? Should we have this little thing? Maybe we'll make it a little squirrel, huh? We'll make it a little squirrel. There we go. Oh, maybe we should. I guess we'll just have it like that. It's okay. I'm tired. Man, we got a lot of little critters up in here. Bunch of little critters. So today we did a Bible study on patience. Was the Bible study for today. Study on patience. Let's put like some more. Like they're eating. And we put some food down here. This character was a challenge, brothers and sisters. This character was gnarly to do. I feel like I have. I thought this was on shuffle. I guess it's not. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. Have I told you about Told in Stone? Since you're into, like, doing the metal detecting, right? I feel like you're pretty into history. I'd assume, right? You should look up Told in Stone on YouTube. I'm going to put a little Easter egg right here. The only bike company that's hooked it up. Golden Days has hooked it up as well, so it's not the only bike company, but I don't know if the Told in Stone. And the shepherds are kind of fun to draw. I'm going to be honest, like the shepherds are really hard to start because like the Armor of God ones are like kind of like easier because you can kind of like abstract thing. You're like, oh, I'm just going to draw a cool armor piece, right? But the shepherds are harder because like you kind of have to like think a little bit more about the drapery and you know, that kind of stuff. But once you kind of get it going, it's definitely pretty fun now. Like we're in the kind of like the fun stage where it's like look at that little squirrel. That's hilarious. That's just funny right there. And my favorite part of this character, this little monkey right here. This just, man, it just solidifies the entire thing for me. Let's put a cross on here. I actually kind of want to do like another Easter egg thing. Cross. This one. I also wanted to put like ravens flying in the back. This one I probably put the most little animals in here. Holy moly, there's a bunch of them, huh? I think I just put way too many things in here in this one. I should have just like kept it simple, but I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I put way too many things in here. Oh well. We just tried to have fun. I guess it's just practicing anyway, so. Darn. Oh well. I just put a signature on it and call it a day because I am tired. This one does not, didn't really work out, but it's okay. We could always try again next time. Not everyone can work out, but at least we tried, I guess. Sometimes we gotta go backwards a little bit to go forwards, I guess. The best ring I found is worth around 600. Wow, that's really crazy. Darn, this one is hard. Holy chabungo, everybody. I apologize for you guys had to watch the struggle of this one. This one was a straight struggle. I also need to redo that cross. That cross is like not exactly clean. Like the more I look at it, the more things I just start noticing like I just like rushed on or I didn't commit to. Oh well. We tried. Man, this one was so much better. This one was so much gnarlier. We did this one way faster. Oh well. It was gnarly. The shepherds are pretty hard though, I will say. I have been noticing most of the times when I actually try and draw a shepherd, it's kind of challenging. So, I guess we just gotta draw a couple more 1,000 of them. Maybe it'll start getting easier. You got 4 gold rings, huh? I'm going to turn off all of the doodads up in here. This. Turn off this. 18 rings? Do this. Do you live by the beach? Because I I feel like I see people when I used to live in Long Beach, there'd be like the metal detectors. Man, I'm gonna be honest, I like kind of want to keep working on it, but dude, like, I'm kind of tired, man. Like, there's just so much in here that I like, you know, like, that's not even. Oh, well. I should have probably not put the sheep and all of this stuff. It's just chaotic now. Let's try and clean that up. I guess that's what we can do. Maybe we can clean this stuff up. At least a little bit. Better stop. I know, huh? It's like, that's the thing. I feel like a lot of artists, like, you just want to just keep just nitpicking it, you know? Just kind of like, you know, because this is supposed to be a camel hair cloak, too. Oh, well. We tried. I guess that's what matters. Oh, this is the verse we put in here. Consider the ravens. They neither store house nor barn, and yet God feeds them. Of how much more value are you than birds? Got this raven right here. The character we drew. I honestly think just the head was like, man, that thing took a long time to. We tried like 3. I'm pretty sure we tried 3 or 4 variations of the head. Now this is kind of new. I honestly kind of don't like it looking back at it. I tried to put a little cross right there, but it's just too much stuff going on there. So I don't know if this is I don't know if I'm gonna do that anymore. A little sheep eating something. This is actually my favorite part right here. That little thing. That thing just looks so happy. Oh. Time to get the thumbnail. Holy moly, this character was challenging. This one did not come by easy, I'll say that. This one was freaking hard. This one was a hard one. I feel like you can tell the ones that I struggle with because, like, they just end up kind of like cringy. But and that is the thumbnail right there. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that Chip or Dale? What is Chip or Dale? Holy moly, there's 4 people in here? Who are you people? Okay, I guess let's rate somebody. Oh my goodness. I've been trying to do these streams in 5 hours, dude. These drawings have been just taking up a lot of time. You know what I need? I might have to start doing the these drawings are taking like a long time. But it's okay. It's fun. It's like playing a video game. That's basically what it feels like. It's like playing a video game, everybody. Let's see here. Who's live? Let's see who we can raid. Does anybody in here play? Wait, let's see here. Let me see who's live. Do you guys play Fortnite? Does anybody here play Fortnite? Yay, nay. We're gonna raid Apocalypse. He raided me earlier today. Travesso, what does that mean? Travesso. Trevsol, alright. Since you want me to raid that guy, I'll do that. But shoutouts to Apocalypse. If anybody's out there and you guys are playing Fortnite, He's like one of the few BMX riders that actually streams on Twitch. So shout out to that guy. But Fufu, since you want me to raid this guy, I guess I'll raid this guy. Is he a believer? Or who? I don't know. We'll just raid him anyway. It's all good. Trev S. Okay, here we go. I have no idea who this is, but that's all right. Who is this guy? Is this guy a believer? What does this guy do? Do you know this? How do you know this guy, Fufu? We have a bunch of people I could be rating up in here. I think I'm gonna go on the Christian tag and just hit up somebody that's like doesn't have many followers. Let's see, Christian. This guy has 4 followers. Yeah, we're gonna try and help somebody out up in here. Let's see, 1K, 3, various games. I have no idea who that is. Let's see here. Yoshi. This guy, Christian Herstone. Call on the name of Jesus. Penta. I'm gonna try and find a believer up in here. Let's see here. I have no idea who this is. We're gonna raid this person. The name is Little Nudes. I mean, I don't... Those are just believers, so I don't know. There's 3 people in there. Wait, this person's been... Is this a live person? Let me see here. How has this person been live 47 hours? I don't know. That seems kind of sketchy. Wait up, everybody. That person's been live for 47 hours? What in the world? Like, no, I feel like that's not a real person. Alright, we'll raid this guy, Pastor Steven. Don't go for him? Wait up, I'm trying to find one as well. Let's see here. We got Touchpad Warrior, Pastor Steven. We're gonna raid Alfie. Alfie's a believer. We're raiding Alfie, everybody. Alfie. Alfie. He's playing Rust at the moment. Alright, we're doing it. I'm losing traction up in here, everybody. But this guy right here that we're raiding, his name's Alfie. He is a believer, so you guys can ask him stuff. He shares scriptures and stuff like that on his stream. And he's a crazy like RuneScape player. I'm pretty sure he's like a pretty OG like in like the RuneScape scene. Here, I'll let you choose who do you want me to raid? At least have some people, cause let's see here. I only have 3 viewers right now, so I only have 3 viewers. So who do you want me to raid? The time is ticking. We're raiding my friend. We're raiding my friend, alright? We got 4 people up in here. We're gonna raid Apocalypse. He raided me earlier today. Help a fellow BMX. All right, go give this guy a follow. Oh no, there's only 2 people. Maybe I should cancel the raid. Wait up, I'm canceling it. 0, we'll start it. There's only 2 people in here. Oh well, screw it. Give this guy a follow. Spencer's cool. Well, everybody, it's time for me to end the stream. It's been a very, very long stream. Holy moly, it has been a gnarly one. Farewell, travelers.